And the Pledge of Allegiance. A moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, good morning, everyone. Can I have roll call, please?
Miranda. Here. Maniscalco. Here. Hurtak. Here. Vieira. Carlson. Here. And Henderson.
Thank you. Okay, I need a motion to move item number 8 from the agenda. That's moved to September 25th. It is about digital science. So moved. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, is there anything else that we need to set on the agenda? You're so close to me on that. You said, Councilwoman Hurtak.
I just wanted to, I think we need to say that Councilman or Chair
is out.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Then I'll let you.
Is there anything else? Okay, so can I move to adopt the agenda for the workshop?
So moved.
You want to say something now?
Yeah, sorry. 2, 3, and 4 are similar, so they'll probably most likely be heard all together.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. But I do believe people may want to still comment after each item. So.
Correct, and they are scheduled to comment after each item.
Awesome. That was my question. Thank you.
2 teachers side by side, it's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion to adopt the agenda for the workshop, and Councilman Vieira is present. Okay, so our chair is out today, and I am responsible for this duty as the pro tem, and it is my honor, so be patient. Okay, so did we do the motion to adopt the agenda for the workshop? I did, and I need the vote for it. We did have the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, let's get this workshop party started. Number 1 on the agenda, Attorney Shelby.
Yes.
We have rules where they can speak on each item. You want to clarify that for everyone?
Yes, please. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of council. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. With regard to this workshop meeting, members of the public have a reasonable opportunity to speak before City Council takes any official action. And for a workshop, the opportunity to speak takes place at the end of the presentation and discussion by council. And you will have 3 minutes to speak. If you wish to speak for the workshop items, there is an iPad outside, a kiosk, and we ask that you sign in over there to be able to speak, and please note the number on the agenda. Now, please be reminded that speakers shall refrain from disruptive behavior, including making vulgar or threatening remarks, and please, speakers shall refrain from launching personal attacks against any city official, staff member, or member of the public. Comments should be directed to the council as a body and not to individual council members. And no one present during a council meeting shall engage in disruptive behavior, including intentionally making or causing to be made any disruptive sound or noise, or displaying signs or graphics in a manner disruptive to the proceeding. The chair shall rule out of order any member of the public who shall speak without being recognized, and no person shall approach the dais during meetings except council members and employees of the city unless invited by a member of council. Now, please, all persons shall at all times conduct themselves in accordance with council rules. Persons failing to do so shall be ruled out of order and may be directed at the discretion of the chair to be removed from the council chamber. Such persons shall not be readmitted to the council chamber or city hall during the remainder of that day's meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Ms. Van Loan, I believe you're up first with item number 1, multi-sports fields for the late Ronald Paz Sr.
Good morning, Chair Pro Tem and members of City Council. Michelle Van Loan, Real Estate Department. I am here for a presentation on a motion to name the multi-purpose field at the Forest Hills Recreation Complex after Roland Paz Sr. And if we can have the PowerPoint, perfect. So Roland Pons was born in Spain, and while he was there, he played First Division soccer as a young man. He came to the United States. He did obtain citizenship and eventually owned his own successful business, Roland's TV and Electronics. The Paz family was the second home in their block in 1955 on North Otis Avenue. The Paz family of 6 were regulars at the Forest Hills Recreation Center and products of the Forest Hills community. Mr. Paz was frequently seen at the Recreation Center, playing guitar, attending meetings, and playing ping pong. Mr. Paz really appreciated the value of the Forest Hills Recreation Center to the community and what it meant to the community at large. Due to his passion for soccer, he started the Forest Hills Youth Soccer League in 1973 and made the Forest Hills Recreation Center field its home. The Forest Hills Youth Soccer League was a large league and served youth of all ages. Mr. Paz coached his own team, the Forest Hills Hurricanes, and positively influenced many young lives. One of those young players now coaches 3 teams for that league. Mr. Paz instilled a passion for the sport in his players and, more importantly, set an example for giving back to his community. At that time, the Forest Hills Recreation Center field was nothing but sand, weeds, sand spurs, and palmetto bushes. Mr. Paz lobbied and met with the city of Tampa, then Mayor Greco, on several occasions, asking to transform the field into a multi-purpose sports field. But due to limited funding over the years, other amenities were slowly added to the complex, but the field itself remained undeveloped for a long time. Mr. Paz was so determined to try and provide a proper sports field that he rallied soccer team members and the community to come out and try and improve the field themselves. In 1975, close to 100 people showed up on a Saturday, bringing their own rakes, shovels, and hand tillers, trying to level out the field and make it usable. They all worked very hard throughout the day and finally realized the task was a little bit too big even for their big hearts. Mr. Paz never gave up hope and continued to lobby the city to make the field a true sports field. The Forest Hills Soccer League continued to thrive and grow, but before the sports field could become a reality, Mr. Paz contracted lung cancer and quickly succumbed. Before his passing, the Forest Hills community rallied together and supported the family during that difficult time. The Tampa Rowdies provided Mrs. Paz a soccer ball signed by the entire team and also signed by the legendary soccer player Pele in honor of Mr. Paz's efforts for youth soccer and the community. The Forest Hills community credits Mr. Paz and all his efforts with the eventual development of a multi-purpose field at the Forest Hills complex. 48 years later, if he could see the transformation of the field now, he would be so proud. Per our due diligence process, the Parks and Rec has reviewed the request and all the documentation provided. This is events that happened back in the 70s, and the Parks and Rec Department has recommended a commemorative marker that details his efforts and contributions to the community. The actual recommendation is up to City Council and at your discretion, and I'm available for any questions.
Board Member Vieira, not Board Member, Councilman Vieira, and then Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much, and Ms. Van Loan, thank you so much for this. We have here Officer Roy Paz that I'd like to hear from, if I may, whenever is appropriate. Ms. Van Loan, thank you very much for your detailed presentation. You know, you're always a pleasure to work with on these types of issues and everything. You know, so the suggestion, the recommendation is for the marker. I'm making a motion, and I'll explain it, and Officer Paz is also going to talk about that, to rename that recreation field after the late Roland Paz, as well as the marker. There's strong community support for this move. I understand that Parks' position is that there was, in the 1970s, very little documentation for certain things happening, and so they have to go with the information that we have. We have support from the Forest Hills Neighborhood Association. I've spoken to the folks out there. There is strong, unanimous support from the community out there, and we have here one of the best guys that I know, Officer Roy Paz, who's one of my favorite people. He's a really, really good guy. Served Tampa Police Department for over 3 decades, recently retired is a military veteran, is just a really, really good guy. His father was a true community legend in Forest Hills. A lot of folks out there know him. Like Michelle said correctly, it was his idea to make this multi-purpose field a multi-purpose field. Early on in the early days, if you listen to folks with their stories out there, in the early soccer league, they did with what they had. And they would use tires, they would use pipes for the goals, they did with what they had. They didn't have a lot of muscle, but they had a whole lot of heart. The late Mr. Roland Paz owned a TV repair shop on Bush Boulevard, a real North Tampa working family. They had 4 children. When Officer Paz was 10 years old, his father passed on. And I see the kind of man that Officer Paz is today, and we're all proud of him. When he disclosed this to me about his father about a year ago, I became very emotional because we would all want to have kids as decent as Officer Roy Paz is. And I believe that his father looks down now with great pride at the kind of man that his son is. And to think about a son many years after his dad has passed, to remind the city about the legacy of what his dad did and say, that's my dad, that's a big freaking deal to me. And I think that we ought to honor that request. Again, this is a man who was a true community leader out here in Forest Hills. People know him, people remember him, universal, unanimous support from the Forest Hills Neighborhood Association, and we have his son here to support it. We're going to be hearing from him, a man who we all love, a man who is a true, not just a Tampa hero, but a Forest Hills hero. He lives 4 homes down from the home where he was raised by his parents. When his father passed on when he was 10 years old, his mother would raise the 4 children, working odd jobs, trying to make ends meet, and she would ultimately retire from our Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. And again, a woman that did many, many great things. I want to honor this family. Forest Hills loves Roy Paz. They love the late Roland Paz. So let's make this happen, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Darlene, can you get Mr. Paz on the schedule to speak for public comment, please? Next, we'll have Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. And real quick, I say that, Roy Paz is here, the nicest guy in Tampa, not named Luis Vieira, I like to say. But the Paz family is well-known and well-respected in Forest Hills. And it's amazing. Your father passed away many years ago, but people still talk about him because of the impact that he had on this community. So this is something that is long overdue and well-deserved. And it's an honor that you're here. You're a familiar face of council. And again, I'm excited to support this, so thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 public speakers for this item: Stephanie Pointer, Sandy Sanchez, and Yvonne Farelli. Not here? No? Just a second. Hold on. Okay, so Mr. Paz, are you present?
I am. Yes,
Come on
ma'am.
up.
Thank you very much. Hello, thank you for all those nice words, and Council, it's good to see you again. Every time I see you, I want to thank you so much for the big send-off that you gave me when I retired from the Tampa Police Department. I'll never forget that. But it's not so much about me today, and I'm humbly here on behalf of my family. I have 2 brothers, Roland and Richard, and my sister Vicky, and we're here to humbly request that you consider naming the Forest Hills multi-purpose field after our late father. And our dad was super passionate about the area, about Forest Hills, about the recreation center. I don't know, Mr. Miranda may remember Tanya Hart. She ended up becoming the director of the Forest Hills, of Parks and Recs. But she started out there in Forest Hills, and her and my dad were very close and had really good times together there at the rec center and everything. But my dad had a vision for that field. He did play first division soccer in Spain. He was very passionate about soccer, and he just didn't see the field as a soccer field. He saw it as a multi-purpose field. And his vision of that field is what it is today. When that field was built, and again, on behalf of Forest Hills and also my family, we can't thank you all enough for refurbishing the Forest Hills Park there. It is absolutely beautiful. You can walk there, you can play pickleball there, you can, all kinds of things. And the field is just, the field itself is absolutely fantastic. And it has people on it every day playing soccer, playing flag football. It is a vibrant multi-purpose field. And when we see that field, my family and I see it, we see our dad, that was his vision. He rallied the neighborhood and the soccer league to go out there and try to do that himself, because at the time the city could not do that. And it was the exact same spot of where the field is today, and it's just like, wow, this is just amazing. But anyway, I had brought a soccer ball, and this was a ball that was given to my family when my dad got sick and he passed away, and it was signed by the Rowdies. It's thanking him for his support, and it was even signed. It was such a big deal that it was signed by Pelé himself, and I'm happy to send this around and for y'all to look at and everything. But if my dad would have saw Pelé's signature on there, he probably would have fainted, because that was one of his favorite players in that. And but again, I can't thank you all enough for even considering this. And on behalf of my family, we humbly request that you consider naming the field after our dad. Our last name means peace in Spanish, and what a fitting thing to be. Peace Field, for the neighborhood. And we'd like to thank the Forest Hills Neighborhood Association for all their support with this, and also Parks and Recs for everything they did. And Councilman Vieira, I just can't thank you enough for your time and effort and your staff. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Pastor Williams, do you want to speak on this issue about the multi-field, sports field? You signed up to speak on this item. Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. Ms. Bullock, you're next. You want to talk about this item?
Yeah, these pledges that I got here now, I'm gonna send these to the president. I think I gave you all one some time ago, but you all never responded. This from my church. In God we trust. He that believes in the Son has everlasting life. He that believeth not in the Son shall not see life, but the wrath of God abideth on him. God is angry with the wicked. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourself, but rather give place unto the wrath of God. Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord.
Okay, Pastor Williams, this is about the multi-sports field.
I know this is about the same thing.
It is?
Giving respect to God Almighty.
Amen, okay.
And you don't want to give respect to God?
I can do that, but you only have a few minutes, so the multi-sports field is the topic today.
I know it. I know. Okay. I sit down. You don't want to give respect to God, but I do. That's my privilege. I'm a preacher.
You can take your 3 minutes.
No, that's all right.
Nothing about the multi-sports complex on the record. Okay. Ms. Bullock, followed by Mr. Michelini.
Good morning.
Thank you,
Valerie
Pastor
Bullock.
Williams.
Good morning, Valerie Bullock from Ponce Leon College here. Congratulations, Mr. Parrs, on getting the field named after your father. That's an honor. And I also like to talk about Fair Oaks again. We wanted to name after artist Gamble, and it didn't happen. And it seems to be different processes for different parks and different people. And the city of Tampa need to work on transparency and integrity, so that it don't look like that some people are pushed to the side where others, it's a smooth process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bullock. Mr. Michelini, nothing? Okay. Yvonne Farrelly, you're not speaking? Okay, she signed up.
I accidentally signed up for that.
Mentiz not.
Uhuru. Mentez not. Uhuru means freedom in Swahili. And we say we as African people should always be thinking about our freedom. And what we see is, as life goes on, we see time and energy, resources expended on things that have nothing to do with the emancipation, the freedom, the independence, the self-determination of African people. We see stuff like them talking about fields and parks and recreation and other stuff and bridges and lights under bridges and river walks and stuff like that. But we're 26% of this population, and we demand 26% of this city budget. We don't want the nonsense about fields and parks and recreation centers and what you do. And it's all honorable and it's all good, but it's good as, petty stuff. It's petty in comparison to what African people have been needing and wanting our necessities for the last 825 years under the occupation of a variety of empires, organizations, and individuals. When you talk about fields, talk about Mr. Artis Gambrell and Fair Oaks, and we should have had that done. Lots of people came to support that. It's not done. It should have been done. Instead of talking about fields, though, we need to talk about child support, that it's a genocide program. That's what we need to talk about. We need to talk about the vote and how it works. We need to talk about how they scandalize individuals. And one thing that African people need to know, when you're talking about fields, we need to know the fact that when this vote, this mayoral vote is coming up, they need to take and put money into that. Take the money away from the fields. Take the money away from parks and recreation and put it into that and how that comes about. Take and try to understand how Michelle Patty, how WTMP, Kay Wells, Florida Sentinel, and one or two other individuals, a few preachers, Reverend Thomas Scott, and a few other individuals lead the Negroes in this city, historically have led the Negroes to vote for stupidity. That need to change. That need to change. And any African person in this city who would vote for Bob Buckhorn.
Mr. Mintz, not. This is about the multi-sports
Okay,
field.
stop my time while you interrupt me.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, stop my time while you
This
interrupt
is about the
It's over.
multi-sports field, item 1, with all due respect. Do you have any more comments regarding the agenda item, or do you just want to disrespect this chamber?
I'm most definitely talking about fields, and I'm talking about where resources should go. Instead of them talking about the stupidity and fields, I'm talking about the existence of African people in this city.
I understand
So I'm
that.
talking about the field. I'm most definitely talking about the field.
How much time does he have left? Okay, let's get your 15 seconds done.
And that's disrespectful.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
What
Get
you
your
did
15
was disrespectful. And next time
I
you're
have
gonna get
stopped the
cursed out.
clock for us to have this conversation, and you can finish your 15 seconds. But
Thank you
I
very
am
much.
letting you know that this is agenda item number 1, multi-fields complex for
And that's
Mr.
what I was
Pass.
talking about. If you had any kind of
Okay, 15 seconds,
flexibility
start the
with your
clock
way
now.
of thinking, you would understand that. But we as African people in this city need to know, do not vote for Bob Buckhorn. Hold your vote, 100%. Don't let our people run through that again. Thank you very much.
Next speaker. Any other speakers? Let me log back into this machine went out. Okay, council, I believe there are no more speakers for this particular item.
May I make a motion?
You want to save those for the end? Do we make motions? We save those for the end under new business?
We're at the end of the item.
Yeah, we're at the end of the item, so you want to do it that way?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Let's do it.
And I again wanted to thank Ms. Van Loan for all your hard work. We really appreciate you. It goes without saying. In question, either for Ms. Van Loan or for Mr. Van Loan or Mr. Shelby, what would be the proper motion to have this come back?
Michelle Van Loan, Real Estate. So whatever motion you make, I would request that you set it for first reading for July 17th. Upon passing of the motion, we will post this to our website tomorrow. So for the public who would want to enter public comment, it would post May 23rd through June 16th. And then because of your July holiday, we would ask that you set first reading for July 17th.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So my motion would be to have a first reading on the renaming of the multi-sports field after the late Roland Paz Sr., as well as with the marker, which Miss Van Loan spoke of, and to have that come back on July 17th.
Is there any discussion?
Let me
Mr.
say-
Miranda.
If I may say this, thank you very much. I've known Officer Capaz and his father for many years. In fact, I'm the only one that can say that I was here in 1977. But it's an honor. In fact, when you look back 50 years ago, that's what it is, a little over 50 years ago just about, you realize that soccer was not what it is soccer today. Soccer was somewhere, out somewhere where no one played, and you had 2 or 3 kids maybe trying it out, but that was it. So the inspiration of soccer was happening when they had the Rowdies, when they had the way back, and they started way back many years ago and things of that nature. And Capaz, by teaching these kids, was an influential, it was like a gas stove lighting up one of the gas parts of where you can cook at and giving those kids a head start and what was to be a very competitive sport. Soccer, more than likely, there's more people playing soccer in the world than there is football and baseball combined. So I want to thank you and your father for leading the way and making some changes in America. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Van Loan. Item number 2 is Mr. Vic Vitti, Stormwater Consultant, Applied Sciences, to present the updates on the Stormwater Master Plan. Are you going to go in order? So the speakers have signed up for each topic,
Correct. We'll
item
take
agenda.
number 2 first, Chair.
Okay.
So, morning, Chair, morning, Council, Vic Bide Mobility. I have Yuan Lee, our Stormwater Manager, with us, and our consultant as well. I'll have Yuan speak to the motion first, made by Councilman Carlson about the Stormwater Plan, and then our consultant will provide the presentation as requested. Yuan?
Good morning, Council. Yuan Lee, Stormwater Engineer Manager. Our consultant Applied Sciences here today to present the update of citywide Stormwater Master Plan, which is currently under development. And before they present, I'd like to give a quick overview of the project. So to this date, the city has conducted dozens of stormwater studies for majority parts of the city in response to flooding problems and to develop the stormwater improvement projects. These studies span from almost 30 years ago to most recent. And some parts of the studies have not gone through detailed study because of not many flooding complaints have been reported. So this project is by far the largest stormwater planning project of the city, and it really brings all parts of the city up to today's conditions and to today's engineering practice standards. It will address 2 major questions. Number 1, the current state of city stormwater system. So after completing all these improvement projects, from small-scale localized neighborhood drainage projects to regional scale, large-scale regional improvement projects, such as MacDill 48, we want to find out what is still lacking in city's stormwater system so that a list of new projects can be developed. And number 2, current flood risks. We all heard about frustrations related to homes in Zone X being flooded. But keep in mind, those flood zones were designated almost 20 years ago, and they need to be updated with newer and better data. So this is exactly the project. One of the goals is to better understanding the flood risks and their current condition. So this project's planning phase was completed in 2023, and we have engaged 6 consulting firms, with Applied being the lead. And Council approved all 6 agreements September last year, and the work started early this year. So with that, it's over to Applied.
Madam Chair, could I just say something quick to set this up?
You are recognized.
Thank you. I just want to say that I made the motion on this, but this was a request from the community to have this session here, and I want to thank staff for doing that. The other thing is that the community in particular asked for the consultant to come, and I think that the city council cannot necessarily compel the administration to bring the consultant, and also the city has to pay them to be here. But I want to thank the administration and staff for bringing the consultant here today, because that was a specific request of the community to hear from staff and the consultant. So I just want to thank you for that.
Good morning.
Good morning. Eli Uraj with Applied Sciences Consulting. I'm the president, and as Yuan mentioned, we are also the lead consultant that's leading this effort on behalf of the city. We do have a presentation that we'll be sharing with you, so if somebody, okay, great. So briefly, here's the agenda. Here's the agenda for the presentation. We're going to go through some quick team introductions, background information, current efforts and goals, schedules and milestones, and then we open it up for questions at the end. Here's our presentation team that's with us here today. Again, I'm Eli Uraj. I'm the president of Applied Sciences. I'm a registered professional engineer. I'm a certified floodplain manager and a board certified engineer. And I've had the pleasure of founding Applied Sciences right here in Tampa in 2005, and we're headquartered right here in downtown. With me also today is Mark Hammond, who is also a registered professional engineer and an MBA. Mark worked for 30 years at SwiftMud, and we've had the pleasure to work with him through the years. He led their flood protection management, water supply, and water quality improvements and wetland protections when he was at SwiftMud, and we're really great to have him here on the team. And then finally with me today is Taylor Langford, who's also a registered professional engineer with many years of experience working on master plans, just like this one for SwiftMud and other cities. We're honored by Hillsborough County as Small Business of the Year, and we were also on the USF Fast 56, so we're really glad to be members of the community, and this project really means as much to us as any other residents in the city. As we're diving into the purpose of this program and why we started it, we'd like to discuss what we call the life of a stormwater project. And most of these projects, whether it's in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, anywhere else, they really start by actually trying to fix a problem of sorts. It's a flooding problem, it's a complaint of sorts. We go out and we investigate those problems. Sometimes they could be simple maintenance issue where there's something clogging it, something that needs to be quickly fixed. And a lot of times that's what ends up happening. A lot of times it could be something a lot more complex, like a lack of a drainage system or a system that's under capacity, which we've seen a lot of those here lately. So once that decision is made, there's usually a policy decision and a budgetary decision to advance that and to study the issue and see how can this regional system be improved. We do the modeling for the whole drainage basin, watershed, whatever the drainage area might be, and we try to come up with regional solutions that will end up addressing and alleviating some of those flooding problems. And from these modeling exercises and the stormwater master plan, you get projects. And these projects address water quantity and water quality issues that this problem is trying to fix. They go through a process of feasibility, and are they feasible? Can I get done? Are there any right-of-way issues, easement issues? Do we need to coordinate with TICO, with the school board, with any other entities, or even with Hillsborough County and other jurisdictions to make sure they get done? And that's all vetted during this feasibility study, and this is when we get exactly what the design is going to be and how much it's going to cost. With that, we go and we get the design and the permitting for the project. Sometimes that's bundled with the construction as a design-build project, like some of the city has for some of their stormwater projects. Sometimes it's a design-bid-build process. But again, every step of the way has to follow this lead. It didn't always be that way. You know, in the past, before we had permitting, other regulations, you know, it used to be that you find a problem, you dig a ditch, it's done. We did that, the Corps of Engineers and other entities did that through the years. And then as we learned about the impact on wetlands and other ecosystem items, we learned to go through more systematic manner to do this. Finally, once it's done, the construction is done, we go through operation and maintenance, and that's extremely important to that when we get these things built, that we are operating them properly and maintaining them properly per best practices and per permit requirements. Why? Because if we don't do that, we're back on the problem side. and we're gonna have to start over again. So this is why keeping that in mind is very important. What we're dealing with right now, and the program that we're discussing is the citywide master planning process. We started this process by looking at all the basins in the city. The city has more or less 46 basins or 46 areas. We're gonna hear me use those terms interchangeably. We looked at what was studied, what wasn't studied, what projects were built. You know, through the years, as Yuan mentioned, there's a lot of projects that were built, right? We know there may be in Henderson, Upper Peninsula, there was big projects that were done in the last 5-6 years. There are smaller projects, 30th and Hillsborough, 40th Avenue. There's a lot of projects that's been done through the years. So we tried to get a big picture of what was done and figure out the priorities of what needs to be done next. So this one is a map or a graphic showing the basins or drainage areas that were previously studied in the city. And these can go back to many years, like the Cleveland Street study, for example. That goes back to many years. It was done, it was studied, it was looked at, and some of them were more recent, like the Upper Peninsula that I just referenced before. So as we went through these, we also looked at or marked the MacDill Air Force Base, TIA, and the Port Authority, because they have their own jurisdiction and they have their own responsibilities and budgeting. It doesn't mean we don't coordinate with them. It's just that, you know, they have their own responsibility to take care of their drainage, so to speak. After we went through the prioritization process of the ones that were not studied, we began the studies that are underway right now, and that's what you see in green right now. We have 11 of those that are already underway, and those came to the top because of either flooding problems. They came on top because of a priority of complaints. You know, there's a number of reasons that what the city staff went through in doing that prioritization. Oops. And next in line, after we finish the current set that we have, we're going to have the ones that are shown in orange or yellow right here. And those would be, once we're done with that, we would have completed studying all the drainage areas that are in the city. Here's a quick example of what we're looking at when we're looking at this. We're looking at terrain, we're looking at existing flooding problems, the drainage areas, what's the infrastructure that's already in place. In this case, with El Prado outfall, there's a box culvert that goes out to the bay. And this specific basin, for example, has had recent flooding issues, and it has not been previously studied. So this is one of the ones where we're looking at right now in this first patch that I just discussed. We're also setting up a dashboard for all the entire effort that will show which basins are being studied, what the stage at, the schedules, budgets, and all the relevant information that either council, the public, or anybody might be interested in, and that would be published sometime soon for everybody to see and have full transparency of the process. This is the list of the consultants that we mentioned earlier that are working on this. There's a total of 6 consultants, including ourselves, that are working on these various basins with the various completion deadlines, as you see. And what we're hoping for, that first patch of the modeling to be completed is in 2026, February 2026. This is an overall schedule that we also are looking to get it implemented, where we would be completing the entire program with projects identified by June 2027. And this whole program was funded, and right now that funding was approved by council, and that's about $5 million. Some of the projects that we're looking at as we are identifying these projects, we call green and gray projects. Some of them are the classical box culverts and what we need to do to actually get the water from upstream to downstream. But we're also looking at some more innovative technologies and items that we've used through the years that are more sensitive, like green infrastructure. The picture on the left is Connor Park that we designed in the city of Palmetto, got a few awards. We have the FlexiPave for the trail, that's pervious pavement. We have the pervious pavers that you see on the sidewalk, that's also pervious, less runoff, less pollution. We have some of the, you can't see them really, but there's solar panels on that hut. We have an aeration device in the pond for better oxygenation. And there's some other items that are standard of the industry to use as green infrastructure to actually consider as we're going through this. We also are considering, and we may need to consider some more what we call active stormwater management, where gravity by itself is not enough. The picture is in the middle is for the Holiday Hills pump station that we designed for Pasco County. That was a bowl, and that was the only way to get the water out after they flooded. Sometimes, we don't really like to use pump stations, but they are expensive. They are expensive to maintain, expensive to build, but sometimes that's the only solution that we have if we need to efficiently address a problem. We're also going to be looking at what's called real-time flood forecasting, and these are technologies that are being used in other areas around the state and around the Bay Area, where you actually are able to see a storm coming, get the impact of what that's gonna do to a certain area or a certain watershed, open up ponds, open up gates to actually allow the water out, and then be able to more effectively capture that additional runoff as the storm comes. That was used successfully in Manatee County during the last 2 hurricanes that we had. And they actually put together a system that they, using some technologies, there's some off-the-shelf systems, and there's systems that you can actually build yourself. And we helped them with that study, and we're actually working with them right now to get this permitted through SwiftMud for an operational permit, to actually demonstrate that although they're opening up the gates and they're operating them, they're still meeting state water quality criteria and the minimum purpose of what that pond was built in the first place. So these are some of the technology that we're going to be looking at, and we're going to be implementing and looking at all of those as we come out with solutions for the city. The bonus of what we're looking at right now also is the fact that for the community rating system, or CRS, benefits through the National Flood Insurance Program, or NFIP, the city right now is current status is 5, which we're getting about 25% discount on all flood premiums. As we are finishing up and as we are putting together our master plan, we're going to be probably at a 3. We're going to jump from 4 and we're going to be at 3, which is going to allow for 35% discount and 8.3 million. And the threshold there is the fact that we studied 50% or more of the city, which is what we're going to be doing come February, actually. So the city is going to be in great shape to actually get some discounts on these premiums, and to be proud that to get this level of compliance with the NFIP and pass some of those savings on to the residents. And with that, we open it up for any questions that you have.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. If you could go back to the last slide, when you're talking about savings, you talked about the city. Does that mean city properties, or does that mean residents?
Residents.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we
we
clarified that, because when you were talking about the city, $8.3 million is great, but for residents and homeowners and property owners, that's wonderful. And then if you could go back to the initial map of the stormwater. Yes, that basin map. So I noticed partway through, so this was your original map, and there's 46 drainage basins. I saw that there's a 47th now, where you divided 29 in half. So is that something that you're doing based on studies? As you look at areas, do you see, oh, well, these are a little different, and you divide them out? How does that work? How do you get another drainage basin?
Yes. This is a living document, and we are always collecting information on how to actually better represent what's happening. Sometimes it could be an actual event. Sometimes it could be a product of surveying that was sent out, and we have a lot of surveyors that were sent out by our 6 consultants to actually get that information. And also, it could be just permits and other data that we received that would help us better understand the drainage patterns. The city of Tampa, as you probably know, is very on the flat side compared to Ocala or Tallahassee or other areas. So any information like that will help us make better judgments and better calls on the drainage.
Okay, and At the very end of this, what parts of the city will not be looked at?
The goal is by the end of this is to look at all the parts in the city except the three areas that I mentioned, being McDill, the port, and DIA.
Okay, so because you mentioned toward the end that any city that's had 50%, but you're saying that this study will review 100% of the drainage basins in the city of Tampa.
Correct, yeah, and if you want, I can clarify that. I was trying to explain the points requirements for the CRS system. And one of those points requirements is for a city or a county or an entity to study and update 50% or more of their drainage area, and we're gonna be way beyond that. We're gonna be at almost 100%.
Okay, and I just, again, wanted to clarify that for the public because it's important to know that no one is every neighborhood is going to be looked at in this plan.
Yes.
And at the end, when this is getting close to being completed as a plan, do we have in the contract for you all to present to community groups?
So I'm gonna answer that in two parts. One, there's a lot of public involvement process that we talked about at the end. We have not finalized what those plans are, and maybe city staff can more address that, now or later.
Okay. Oh, okay, that's, yeah.
Clarify on Yuan Li Stormwater. And I do want to add that public engagement is a critical component of this whole process. The city is currently in the process of sending public notifications so people will know the study is ongoing. And they are also encouraged to share the flooding documentations and other evidence that support and validate our studies. And once we got the floodplain and the flood risks identified, we'll host a neighborhood meeting for every single basin we're studying, so people can come over and look at the reasonability and share additional comments if they will.
Okay,
so this is really an integral process, getting the public involved in this whole process.
Wow, so 47 meetings, that's amazing. Okay, that's good to hear. Interestingly, one more question. You both of you talked about getting public data. Where can the public share that data with you now? If they have photos, if they have any types of documentation about the flooding they received in either their house or their neighborhood, where can they send that?
We are in the process establishing a dashboard.
Okay.
And also the city website, so that we'll share with the public. When we're sending the public notification, they can upload their photos or documentations to the website.
Okay, so when do you expect to have the website complete, but more or less?
I would say in early summer.
Early summer, great. Well, we'll look forward to that. When it's ready, it would be great if during administrative update, if you could just come and share that information and then the website, so that folks, and maybe a QR code so people can use it directly from there. I think it would be really important. I think that's a perfect use of an administrative update. So that will be my request to you.
Yes, really the motion is this is an initial workshop, and the motion is come back every quarter, if I remember correctly, so that by the next time we meet, we probably should be able to share those information.
Great, great. I'm just saying if it happens to come earlier, the earlier the better.
Absolutely. Vic Bide. So real quick, and Ely pointed this out right now, we already receive, as you can imagine, complaints and concerns. That is being passed on to our consultant teams as well as kind of baseline information. So beyond the dashboards that we'll set up and the public meetings, we already have a baseline set of information.
So does that baseline set include people who call in with complaints, or does it just include areas that staff has seen?
It does include complaints as well.
Okay.
So, in fact, that is how the first kind of level of the planning effort, I want to say 10, 12 years was done, was based on known concerns received during flooding. So we already have that information. We have the information from the last storm season, for example. But given this is a planning level study, that will be the starting point.
Okay, well, that's good to know, so the public can hear. Make a complaint, it'll be added to the section. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda, did you had
Yeah,
your?
thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Followed by-
Thank you very much for your operation, how well qualified your team is. Out of the 46 in the city of Tampa, there's 4,600,000 of them somewhere else. Because what we have now is a phenomenon that finally nature has caught up to reality. And the reality is that we mistreated nature for many, many years. And I'm not a scientist, or I don't have the degrees you guys have, but these are the things that are causing, if you look at Tennessee and Kentucky and all that, it was devastating, not only once, but twice or three times, which had never happened before. And I hope that these things that we're doing to solve these problems will be something, not a stopgap, but something for long-term, that we can say we have done something. However, I do have some doubt. And the doubt is that bay, you and I can't control. No matter what we do, water does not flow north. It flows where? South. And what's at the bay? The outlets where the water goes into. So that bay is coming in, an incoming tide, and you have this water coming out, the collision is going to be not in our favor, because you got trillions and billions of gallons, and we have water going out where it's supposed to be going out, but it's going to come back. So my concern is twofold. One, how are we going to solve that problem or minimize it? And secondly, is we still have a problem with something that's got to be torn down only because it has 5 feet of water inside, where you can, if you look at the islands and you look at Puerto Rico. Yes, sir.
Oh, no, thank you for your comments. I didn't mean to interrupt,
No,
but
it's fine.
I think you're making a really good point, and this is kind of important for the community to recognize. In fact, Ely had brought this up when we had a conversation earlier this year. Our stormwater enterprise speaks to stormwater, both assessments, improvement, and the capital and service assessment. Apologies. Stormwater is defined as water that is collected by rain. You are accurately pointing out risks to our coastline from surge and salt water. That is not defined in our improvement or service assessments. And treatments for those are not identified as part of this system. And that does need to be looked at. There are policies historically between the agencies, ports, and private properties. And some of those solutions are extremely, extremely intensive. We're talking about seawalls and raising seawalls and then adding pump stations behind it. But that does need to be considered, because in our enterprise, both service as well as improvement, stormwater is rain only.
And thank you. And I stop because when I see someone coming up to the mic that I believe knows more than me, I stop.
I appreciate
But
it.
what I'm saying is that I want to make sure that we have a discussion like we're having now. And certainly it's very nice to have it on the table and understand. But I'm just concerned that I can't control nature. And if we're dealing something that's 3 times the size of what happened to us before, and nature says I'm going to have it 4 times, it works up to a point. And that's all I want to say, that we can do something, but can we solve it all? It's hard to live by coastal area. It's hard to live in the mountains when you have a tornado coming at you and you can't move and you can't do anything. So these things are things of nature, but we have caused that problem. All of us living in America have caused that problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Yes, thanks again. Just some kind of technical questions. You showed the maps of, the color maps of the depth of the water, and those are very helpful as we've gone out in the field to meet with folks. But I'm just curious, how do you measure the depth? What do you have devices in places that show Is it just measuring rainfall? Because if somebody lives at the bottom of a basin, the water is hitting, if it's 4 inches, then they might have 20 inches because it's all pouring in there. So how do you measure that?
So we have what we call LiDAR in GIS, which is a laser device basically used for surveying and for giving us the elevations of the terrain.
Do you fly over after it's rained, or you just do that in general to look at the terrain before it's rained?
So that information is led by the Southwest Florida Water Management District, and they fly it regionally for Hillsborough County, for City of Tampa, for Pinellas County.
And then the second question related to that is the flow of water. So there are questions in some, I don't want to mention specific neighborhoods, but there's some questions about about where the water is coming from that's pouring in. And you could, if you look at a bowl, you can figure it's maybe coming from everywhere, but sometimes they think it's coming from specific places if the terrain has changed in some way. Is there any way to measure where the water is coming from?
Absolutely, yeah. That's one of the things that we do is when we set up our model based on the terrain, based on the infrastructure that was in place, we do the modeling for that. And the first step that we do right after we're done with the modeling is to what we call calibration, which is to figure out, is what was observed in the field from complaints, from the data coming in from the citizens, does that match with what we are trying to model? And we're looking at stain lines, we're looking at pictures, and we ask as many pictures, as much information that could be shared from the public makes our tool a lot more accurate. It's not going to be 100% accurate, but it's going to be very accurate for the purposes of what we're trying to do.
Like in one neighborhood, the videos and the reports were that there was a waterfall of water coming over the Selman Expressway. And so you're looking at all those videos and pictures and using that to calibrate, you said, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Us and the 6 consultants that are working.
And then to the same point that just came up about surge, so Vic answered the question that surge is not included in this because of the way the tax was defined. How would you all recommend, there were thousands of people like Culbreth Heights, Bayside West, Davis Island, that were hit with surge. How do we, is there a process that's been started on surge? How do we start that so that we can measure that and come up with solutions? Because I'm sure the people that got hit by surge are looking for solutions as well.
Right, as Vic mentioned, that is not directly a portion of this study because we're looking at rainfall, freshwater. But as was mentioned earlier, and as you alluding to, we had 2 hurricanes. We had Milton and we had Helene. Helene was a storm surge, saltwater flooding, and we had Milton, which was freshwater flooding. 2 different storms, 2 different causes.
So I would just ask maybe staff, and sorry to move fast because they're going to cut me off at 5 minutes, but I would just ask staff, you don't have to answer it now, but maybe think about what we need to do to start the process to look at surge and which department would do it and how we would get that started. One piece of feedback we heard from the community is they believe that new developments have caused water to flow in different ways. Is there a way that you can measure whether that's true or not?
So the term new development is very general, right? So, but we can look at the permits that were issued. We look at the pipes and the ponds and the inlets from these, and we integrate them into our models. So to answer your question shortly, yes, we
Yeah, and the simple version is like if a new house comes in and they elevate the new house by 8 feet, and there's a house that is at ground level, folks have complained that they believe that the water is flowing from the new house into their house where it didn't before when it was at ground level. But you say that you're able to measure for that too.
Well, in cases like that, supposedly the way the system should work in our flow is that permits should not be issued for houses that could potentially flood neighbors, right? So we look at those permits and we can verify that yes, they demonstrated that they're not gonna flood their neighbors. But if we see something off with that, we can discuss it with the permitting agency.
On your list of 46, some areas that were affected, and I've been out with several staff members. Thank you for doing that. But one is the Coachman area and Aleen, just half a block, couple blocks from Bayshore. I don't see that on the 46, but I just want to make sure with staff because you all have been out, and Jeff DeBozier also has been out. But Coachman, Knights, there are a few houses. Harbor View, there are a few houses that were flooded, and so I would just ask staff to make sure that the pockets that we've seen that actually were damaged are included in the 46.
Yeah, Coachman and Aleen is part of the Lower Peninsula watershed, and that is included in the study, so it's going to be updated.
When did you say this study will be done?
February 2026 is the model completion.
And the big question community is asking for is there any chance that you all could throw out short-term solutions in the meantime so that we know how to protect people in the current storms?
So the model completion is 2026, and the projects will be identified, I believe, in September 2026. So in the meantime, if there's any specific issue regarding the pump station, I believe city staff is actually looking at that.
But I think pump stations, what I've observed, pump stations are a small part of the issue of the flooding, and also the pump station issues are different. Some areas they needed generators, some areas they did have generators, but the pumps weren't strong enough. So just if you all have recommendations, because I know there are people that have rebuilt their houses and they don't want to get flooded again. Also, Councilmember Hurtak and I, along with several staff members, were at the county's meeting at Jan Platt Library. Yuan and Jeff DeBoja were there, and thank you. We had a lot of angry constituents, and we were able to send them over to them, and they handled it very professionally, and thank you to them for discussing the details with constituents on it. But the feedback that constituents heard when they talked to the county people was that the county said they didn't have any answers about the city because the city had not shared the city's data with them. Do we know, is there anybody who knows the status of that? Are we sharing the data? And if not, when are we going to share the data? If the county is doing the countywide study, and right now they're telling constituents that they don't have any answers for the city, so what do we do about that?
So we did get the city did get a request from the county's consultant that was conducting these, and we're sharing data with them and vice versa. Go ahead.
Yuan Lease Stormwater. And we did share all the available information from the city to the county consultant, Black and Veatch. And city staff have attended 3 out of the 8 public engagement meetings, and 2 were in district number 1, so mostly covered South Tampa, and 1 in North Tampa area, pretty much for the Forest Hills and University area. We have shared the available information with them, and also we have coordinate with the county regarding their future potential improvement. Because, for example, the North Tampa really is the Kirsty Creek system, and also Donna Duck Pond system. Really, that's a joint system between the county and the city. We have to be in the coordinating pattern and working with the county to identify future improvement.
Thank you. And then the last thing is, you all mentioned 46 public meetings. You know, there's a difference. A lot of times engineering firms will hold a charrette or a public meeting, and they'll send out a notice, and 5 people will show up, and we say, well, we gave the public a chance. At the Planning Commission, they had 30 public meetings on the plan amendment that's going to be proposed tonight, and we've gotten 200 or 300 calls and emails of angry people saying they didn't hear about it. I would just ask, as you all are doing the public engagement, please make sure you have a professional public engagement consultant who knows what they're doing, and ideally you would work through the neighborhood associations. THAN, the umbrella neighborhood association, should be aware and help, but the neighborhood associations can help get people out. But what we need in the short term is to allay fears that the city is doing things. The city is working on it, trying to come up with short-term and long-term solutions as systemic solutions. And then the other thing is, we don't want, at the end, for folks to say, hey, I had no idea about this. We want to make sure that if people don't want to come, that's up to them, but we want to make sure that everybody knows that they're invited and they're invited to give input. Thank you.
Councilman Vieira, and then we'll follow that by public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. A couple of things I wanted to build on what was said. Councilman Carlson talked about the Black and Veatch study, and I have heard the same thing as well in terms of the city working with them. I'm sure that you guys, 100% are working with them, et cetera, but it's just like this study is something that, this review is something that our constituents are really, really relying a lot upon, because we've been telling them for a long time that this is going to be a study that looks at what happened in 2024. So we want to make sure that everything is given, because God forbid, because they're going to be finished pretty fast. I mean, they're moving with vigor, and if any piece of information is missing, we're going to have to open it back up and make sure that they get that information, because that's very important to our constituents. I speak on behalf of North Tampa. I mean, for them, this is everything. There's a lot of multifaceted parts on post-storm recovery. That includes finding out what happened. That includes having a long-term plan, assistance to people that need it, and so forth. Two things. In terms of the long-term plan, you know, the big thing we talk about in the North Tampa area is the pumps and the pump generators. There are areas that have long-term, more robust infrastructure plans. For the North Tampa area, whether it's Forest Hills, whether it's University area, whether it's Overlook District, do you feel that some sort of long-term infrastructure improvement or project would be necessary, or is the proper equipping of the pumps sufficient at this time?
This is just my personal opinion, and I'm going to preface it by saying it's a little bit too early for us to give you that answer right now. But I also want to say a couple of things. One, we are going to be using any and every information that's going to be generated by the study that you mentioned before with the county's consultant. And also, I have to also have an obligation to remind people that we cannot solve flooding problems from hurricanes. Nobody wants to hear that.
Yeah.
It's very hard, it's a tough pill to swallow, but it's not possible. We can help with it. We can alleviate some of the flooding. We can make it better by expanding system, having the right infrastructure in place. But when we're hit with a disaster like we did last year, you know, all we can do is make sure that we have all the systems in place to recover quickly and get people back on their lives.
Yes, sir. And absolutely, we can't overpromise to overcome nature and everything. But in terms of a long-term infrastructure necessity, a larger project in North Tampa, I know that's also something that Black and Veatch, their review, as I understand it, is multifaceted. That also includes long-term findings in terms of what the city and the county, that includes Temple Terrace, that includes Plant City, need to do to properly invest in their infrastructure, so that we can have a very frank discussion with taxpayers. Because like you said, we can't prevent for everything, but we should use everything that we have in our capability to mitigate the harm of hurricanes, flooding and so forth to neighborhoods. North Tampa area is unique. I live in a Zone X. It's probably not proper to call it anywhere as a flood zone, but a Zone X where the risk of flooding is very, very minimal, below minimal. I'm getting flood insurance for this year, right? Just because of what I saw last year. I've never had flood insurance. I'm getting it right now, in fact. I'm getting it for this year. But yeah, no, good questions. And just for purposes of the public, I know to verify that New Tampa, a lot of their drainage basins are funded and operated by their CDDs out there. And that's something that I live out there, pay for, which is why certain taxes for stormwater 33647 does not pay into, because we pay into our CDDs, correct?
Correct.
Yes, sir. Okay, great. Just for the public, because I don't want New Tampa to look at that and go, what's up? So yeah, that's important. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. So you said something that made me remember an article that I read from 2017. I don't know if it was the Atlantic or the Washington Post, as Hurricane Irma was approaching Florida. And it said, you can't beat Mother Nature, right? And talking about the development in Florida as a whole, saying, we took a natural habitat and it's build. And this week, my wife tells me that all I talk about is work. So last night I took a break and I said, why don't we go get ice cream? And we went down to Beta Bay to an ice cream shop. But I took that opportunity to drive through the neighborhood and specifically down a few streets. And I said, look at all this development. It didn't look at these beautiful houses. But look at the very few ranch-style homes that were there from the 1950s and 60s. And now look next to them, they have these massive homes, beautiful homes. But I go, where does the water go? They used to have front yards and backyards, but now it's like big house next to big house next to big house. So it's not just, you can't beat Mother Nature, but you said we do what we can with the technology in order to combat that. And a hurricane is going to be a catastrophic event, but how do we recover as quickly as possible? That's fine. Technology can only do so much. But as we think as a council for building and development and density, and that's something that's actually coming up tonight, what I saw last night and what I showed my wife, I said, this is, people complain, but also look at we're a victim of our own success. Yes, people are coming here and building, but neighborhoods are being transformed, and in that, you're eliminating the pervious surface, replacing it with big driveways and big homes and very small backyards. The water's got to go somewhere, because at the end of the day, specifically the southern peninsula, it's surrounded by water. And when you have storm surge, and when you have Category 5, Category 4, the water's got to go somewhere. And again, it goes back to, you can't beat Mother Nature. You can build high, you can change the elevation. That water's going to go and affect somewhere else and somebody else that didn't flood before. So it's very complicated, but at the end of the day, we need to be mindful of what's coming to Tampa. As more and more people move here and that density increases, we have to be careful and know, at the end of the day, that water's going to go somewhere. That hurricane, what happened last October should be a lesson to everybody, because it was back to back. You have what happened on Davis Islands, which was underwater completely. And I went, once the roads were open, I went there to drive around, and it was like an Armageddon kind of scenario. It was catastrophic. It was, people looked like zombies because they were putting their lives on their front lawn. In West Tampa along the river where the Martin Luther King Bridge is at, houses were devastated, same thing. Their life is on the front, and I know it's just material things, but at the same time, it's a wake-up call to everybody as we move forward at the city, as a city, and as a city council. Be mindful of new development is good, but be careful with it, because look at the problems that have been created. Because you talk to the old timers, you talk to my mother, who's been here since 1961. It never used to flood there. There are always the hot spots. Yeah, it's always been flooding, as far as I remember. But areas that never had this kind of, and it's not storm surge, but it's, a summer rain. It's, July, it's, heavy rains, whatever it is. But things are happening that didn't happen before. And again, we need to be very mindful moving forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation today. Applied Sciences, what city are you all out of?
We were founded right here in Tampa, and we're based downtown Tampa.
Okay.
Since 2005.
Okay, well, we have 7 public comments on this topic of Stormwater Master Plan, starting with Sandy Sanchez, Stephanie Pointer, Valerie Bullock, Steve Michelini, Yvonne Farrelly, Pam Canella, and Fran Tate. No problem. I will delete her. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Stephanie Pointer. I had some questions and some comments and concerns. I'm really concerned about the district number 47 on their map, because it was SOG and NOG all lumped together, which were not the same. If we were the same, we would be in the same water district for the city, because we're different elevations. So I'm wondering why some of the places that took the worst flooding are lumped into all together instead of being taken as the districts where they were flooded. And the stormwater map that I see for the city has us broken down into 4 or 5 maps. So I'd like to see that number 47 is broken down appropriately, because we need to have more attention, not less. Let's see. SOG's been reporting for years and never, ever managed to get stuff on the stormwater advisory list. So I'm glad to see that those reports are getting to these folks. And if they don't get them, please reach out. I'll be more than happy to make sure that you get them, because we really, really need those to be put in. Carol Ann and I have worked for years to make sure that the people south of Gandy were reporting flooding every time it happened. And yet it's not on the stormwater advisory list. Let's see, surge. Surge is connected to rainwater. You can't get rainwater. You can't get a surge without rainwater. Sorry. It does happen. It doesn't have to be a lot. I'm so interested that these guys are out here front loading this study, because we've had the coastal area action plan for over a year now, and it still hasn't gotten here. It includes ways that the city can work on some of this flooding, to include building on pillars, which I understand Mr. Michelini would like to have open garages. We don't, open parking for single-family homes. I'm all for that if we're building on pillars, because it means more permeable surface, and it means less flooding. Fill dirt is not good. FEMA says it's not good. That coastal area action plan also includes things that homeowners can do to help with the flooding, to mitigate the problem. I'd like to know when the city actually gave the data to them. When I went to that meeting, I was hot and heavy because they had no data for the city. I talked to Mr. Phelps, who was in charge of the study, and he said that they did not have it yet. He also, the head of stormwater for the county also told me that they didn't have, the city doesn't have the ability to make those little colored splotches outside. Oh, I have the map, damn it. I have it with me. But they had the little splotch areas where they had the severe flooding during the storms. But they said that the city doesn't have the capability of doing that. Why don't we have the correct data? We have as much flooding, more flooding than the county does. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bullock.
Once again, Valerie Bullock. I think we can work on preventive measurement because hurricane season is coming up now. I heard a lot about the plans for the future and everything, and this study have been going on for 2 years, and we won't be ready until like 26 or 27. Hurricane season is coming up. I believe June start hurricane season. Have anybody did preventive maintenance? Have anybody went out to the ditches to dredge them? Have anybody went to the pumps to try them to see if the generators working or see if the pump have had maintenance done on it? And sometimes we have to think outside of the box. At most wastewater plant and drinking water plants, you see ground storage tanks. They can hold up to 1 to 1.5 million gallons of water. If we don't have nowhere for the storm water to go, why not invest in the infrastructure? We can get a groundwater tank. Let it go there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bullock. Mr. Michelini.
Good morning, Council. I sent you an email with a number of points, and they refer to item 2, 3, and 4, but I'll separate them out.
Just for item 2 today.
Yes, I understand. The stormwater maintenance, I mean, the issues are storm surge as well as freshwater flooding. And I believe that the consultant prepared a plan for Davis Island showing backflow preventers and things like that that enter the rivers and bay. That should be included in their maintenance, I mean, in their recommendations. Also consider using parks and recreation areas as temporary storage retention areas during seasonal storms, as well as consider redeveloping recreation areas, including underground retention, so that you divert the water away from these neighborhoods and the businesses, and you keep it there at least temporarily until it overflows into the system. The issue regarding Palmacia Pines and Parkland was off-site water going into those areas that needs to be diverted, and at least some attention to how does it get to the stormwater system. It doesn't have that right now. It goes over the curbs. It flooded down in Parkland and then went further south. So we talked about pumps and the necessity for pumps. Gravity systems won't work in storm surge. They simply don't. And I know it's expensive. I know it's an alternative that the city doesn't really like, but pumps and retention, as well as redundant pump stations with power and power generators when power goes out, are important elements. The backflow prevention system is necessary, and all of the retrofitting of those systems that go into the bay and go into the river should be looked at, and that should be included in their study. This stormwater outlets have got to be looked at, including the maintenance. I'll talk about that when we get to the other agenda item. But it's important to include these other alternatives in their plans, including the maintenance of these ditches that have not been maintained over the time. I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michelini. Next is Ms. Farrelly. Did I say it correctly? Did I say it correctly, Farrelly?
Yes, Councilmember. Yvonne Farrelly on behalf of Parkland Estates Civic Club. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Araj for being here today. Applied science is very important for our understanding. Secondly, it does concern me very much that stormwater is rain only, as Mr. Beatty said. That can't be. It is all-encompassing phenomenon that our communities are suffering from. And I would like to say that Palmacia Pines water does run into Parkland Estates. We've known that for some time. And yet the South Howard Flood Mitigation Project back in 2024, as it was developed originally, did not accommodate for that water coming from Palmacia Pines to keep out of Parkland Estates. That plan was to allow that water to drain into Parkland Estates and take care of it within Parkland Estates, and that's wrong. So I would like Applied Science in the city to reevaluate and keep that stormwater out of Parkland Estates. I'd also like to have a consideration for this project to remain out of Parkland Estates. The 10 by 12 proposed box culverts are too large for our community. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Cannella is the next speaker, followed by Ms. Tate.
I'm Pam Cannella.
Pam Cannella.
Oh, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay. I have pictures.
Okay.
And I want you to know I've done my own research and evaluation. And it's all done by walking the streets, the whole area, even in the rain. I'm told that there's no money for maintenance. But I hear talk today about all these city projects, and they cost a lot more. And I heard something about surge. Well, water travels to the lowest point. So if your stormwater drains and ditches are already filled with water and all the pipes, there's nowhere for the water to go except down the roads and into the houses. And before that surge, you can see it coming up, that ditch was already filled with water, and their whole system was already filled with water. I'm alone today with all the pictures, so I may not be able to show them all. Those are pumps. Along the expressway, well, let me start over. The City of Tampa existing stormwater drainage system is extensive, covering all areas of Tampa. Due to neglect, the system has not been properly maintained. Our whole system needs cleaning, first of all. Trust me, your neighbor, the neighbors, all the residents will be happy to see those stormwater maintenance crews out there cleaning their ditches. Along the expressway from Platte to Watrous, hiding under trees, bushes, trash, and junk, are stormwater open ditches, culverts, storm drains. But they've been so neglected for so long, nobody can see them. And I'm just going to show you the pictures. Here's a storm drain. You can see the grate, just barely. Culvert. I don't know where it goes, but it's there. Shoot. And anyway, there's more, plenty more. All these pictures showing that they're all hidden underneath there. I did do a study on the stormwater flow down Audubon to Swan, because that seems to be where all the water collects. I have pictures of that. Of course, it's hidden under all the other pictures. Let me show you. Here's the retention pond on Horatio, full of debris, okay? And that all goes into the pipes. And the water cannot flow down.
Thank you, Ms. Canella. You can send those pictures to us like you have in the past, of course, by email. We appreciate it. Good morning, Ms. Tate.
Sorry, you want me just to hand them to you as they are, or you want me to put them in some order?
For the record, we will accept them and put them together for you. Did Ms. Sanchez return? Is she returning? Okay.
Let's see her.
If not, Ms. Tate will be the last speaker for item 2.
Good morning, Chair Pro Tem and council members. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to thank the Stormwater consultant for today's presentation. I just only wish that the East Tampa CRA could receive consultant presentations when we get development or projects in our area. We normally get the city presenters, but we would love to have just the consultants when we receive our projects and our redevelopment. To all of you, I want to thank you all for all of your suggestions today to the Stormwater Consulting team. To Mr. B. Day and the Mobility team, thank you so very much for all of the repairs in the Jackson Heights area, all up and down 34th, all up and down, just all over, because we took on water and we didn't expect it. But I want to thank you so much. They worked very diligently and very hard on all those repairs. They even repaired those 2 tracks, railroad tracks.
Ms. Tate, can you please speak into the microphone for the record?
Sorry. They even repaired the 2 railroad tracks that you go across on 34th Street and you say, oh Lord, I got these $350 tires on my car. I'm getting ready to bust one of them going over those tracks. They even smoothed those out. So, Mr. Bidet and your team, thank you so much. I'll end with this comment. As the awesome community member sitting right behind me always says, the proof is in the pudding. Jackson Heights is holding its breath for the next storm to see how well all of the repairs hold up. But we are appreciative for what was done in our area. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Okay, so we will move on to item number 3. Maintenance work performed on our stormwater system. Okay, so our consultants are leaving. Thank you for coming.
Vic B-Day Mobility here for item number 3. Item number 3 was
Before he talks.
related to the update on maintenance. And typically, these were per the original motion presentation that were to be made early in the month. Of course, this was pushed to May 22nd, so I'm going to provide an update on the work done in April, what we anticipated doing in May, an update on where we're at with what we said we would do in May as well. The April report is already on our website, tampa.gov/mobility. If you scroll all the way down, you have paving and stormwater reports. And then I will speak to the balance. And because there's some updates, I'll just share this for the record. Again, this report is on the city's website. In April, is that still visible?
Yes.
Okay, great.
So you want,
So,
you want that.
there it is.
You have it.
So in April, we had a whole bunch of work that was done, over 250 calls for service, and you see all of the numbers
Excuse
in
me.
terms of the,
Can we get one more copy?
Yeah, we're missing
yes,
one.
absolutely. Sure.
There you go.
Thanks. No, this is, okay, thank you.
Right. So In April, there was a whole lot of work done by our team. We are working 6 days a week. And this is a list of all of the calls. The calls for service in April totaled 185. So, and this would be reflected in the previous month's report. We said here are the neighborhoods that we'd work in, Oakford Park, McFarland Park, University Square, and others. And then the work accomplishments are listed here as well. So we've cleaned over 2,000 linear feet of ditches, graded them rather. We also have a ditch grading contract. We've had the pre-con for it already, and we'll have the selection for it coming up in the next couple of weeks. That's the $500,000 that council made available specifically for ditch grading. We appreciate that. Then work on ponds, over 140 ponds mowed, 160 ponds sprayed. This is an herbicide to manage vegetation, and we also use fish to manage vegetation in the ponds, algae mainly. Cleaned over 37,000, almost 38,000 linear feet of pipes, 32 tons of debris removed, 428 structures, and 20 outfalls have been inspected. And then we continue to do work on our pump stations. We are ready. We have visited every pump station, tested the systems out there, made sure they're compatible with the new temporary generators that we will be placing 24 hours before a storm. Those generators are currently held in Sunbelt's yard. And they're labeled by each pump station. This is for all but the 3 where we already have generators. We have an electronic firm onboard icon, and we've gone again to every pump station and tested all of the electronics out there as well. We have an SOP where after the generator is installed 24 hours before a storm, it will be switched to generator power, and post-storm, we have a fueling plan for the same as well. I'd like to give a shout out to Lam and Adri and their team. They've really helped with this because the generator contracts come through them. So this is a team effort across the board. And the electronic consultant is wastewater's consultant, so we were able to use their contract in the interim, but now we have a contract with them directly. All right, moving on. May work locations, and I'll give you a quick update on where we're at with that as well. It's in the packets as well. We planned in April, or at the end of April, to go to North Bon Air, North Hyde Park, Bayshore Gardens, and some of the neighborhoods listed out here, and to complete the monthly pump station inspections as well. Those are completed. Calls for service, again, 813-274-3101. This report is also available on tampa.gov/mobility at the very bottom if you scroll down. For the work that I just described, some before-after pictures. So again, inlets, inlet cleanings before and after at University Square, University area. Same area again, before and after pictures. We've been working on cave-in repairs, so we've already issued an emergency affidavit to Kimmons to do about 100 of these cave-ins. These are the larger cave-ins. We've already worked on over 160 cave-ins since October, and we continue to work through that list. By the end of July, we'll be substantially completed, but these are just pictures of cave-in repairs. I think there's some good videos on these as well that were reported recently. Again, during and after the cave-in repair itself. Some of these can be very deep. This one's not as deep, actually, comparatively speaking. It can go as deep as 12 feet. Inlet top repairs, a lot of inlets, if the area around them gets very saturated, may collapse. after major storms, and we've seen that certainly. So we've been doing a lot of inlet repairs as well. And that's also in the list of the work completed in the report, during and after. Pond maintenance. This is 109th Avenue, Forest Hills. And these are just outlet pipes and things like that at the pond. So before, during, clearing out all the dirt in the area, and then repairing the concrete portions there after. Ditch grading. This is at Swan Circle. This is before, again with ditches, establish flow lines, ensure the depth so that capacity, so both flow and capacity, and then consider the edges of the ditches. And that's after.
Good.
So work completed to date in May. This is a list of neighborhoods. We've not gone to all of the neighborhoods that we said we would, but we still have a few days in the month left, and so we're working through all of it. But over 63 fallen trees removed from stormwater ponds and ditches, repaired 205 feet of fence. We've been installing new cameras and then inspecting existing cameras at the different pump stations. We said we'd do that so that we know what's going on at the pump stations. Over 28 tons of debris removed from pipes and inlets. 200 structures inspected and maintained, and about 18,000 miles of pipe inspected and maintained, and then 7 outfalls as well. In addition to that, we've done more ditch grading, so 3,000 feet of ditch graded, 274 tons or 75 almost tons of debris removed from ditches. So that's a lot of material and a lot of street sweeping, and then additional debris collection from the street sweeping as well. And 20 inlet tops repaired just to date in May. This production will increase in June and July, primarily because of the 2 emergency affidavits. So the first one, as I mentioned, was for cave-in repairs. The other is $1 million for cleaning out pipes, jet lining pipes, and inspecting them, TV inspections. So getting video evidence of outfalls and pipes being functional to their current capacities. So this, again, I'd like to reiterate, is a broad effort. We've added over $2 million, almost $3 million, thanks to council making the $500,000 available in resources. Much of this is response related, so will be submitted for FEMA reimbursement. There's no guarantee, of course, but we're working with our revenue and finance team as well. Mike and Dennis have been very cooperative. For example, at some point earlier this month, we were reaching the limit of our operating budget with stormwater maintenance. And basically, we worked with Revenue and Finance and asked them that we're going to need more funds. And so initially, they instructed us just to spend it completely, spend down our budget, and make additional funds available, and they have done so. So we're working through our folks as well to address as much of our maintenance as we can. We'll be ready for storm season, and we will have addressed a majority of the issues from the previous storms.
Okay, Councilman Carlson, you are recognized.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry, it's Councilwoman Hurtick's motion, so let's let her go first, I apologize. And then Guido Maniscalco, and then you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you for this report. I'm hoping, we gave you that $500,000 initially, but we also then just gave you $3 million more. So hopefully that's going to be going. I would love to know where you're planning on using that money. Do you have an outline for that just yet?
Yes, I was gonna address that as part of, item 4.
Okay, well then,
but
never
yeah,
mind, we'll
sure.
talk about it then. Okay, no, I appreciate you keeping me on topic, because we're doing all different things. So the interesting thing about the calls for service, it looks like, looking at that first sheet, the calls for service have increased, which we would expect because of all the damage. So how is that impacting regular maintenance? Because that's what I'm hearing from the public, that and from staff, that calls for service are pulling them away from regular maintenance. So how are we able to address that?
So realistically, there isn't an impact other than that's more inspection and more work that we have to do. So whether it is response to a storm and maintenance related to that, or quote-unquote regular maintenance, it's all maintenance. We identify the area where we're going to go and do that maintenance and comprehensively do as much as we can with the equipment that is available and allowed. Now, for example, we didn't have the spider available for a while, and Ms. Canella rightly pointed out that, you know, some of the work in that Palmyra ditch has not been done. That will be done. I did have a conversation with her earlier this meeting, and it will be weeks and not months. But we do have this commitment that we make on a monthly basis to council and the community. And so we have to hit that as well. And also the Palmyra ditch is very important because it really goes through a very constrained portion in a very dense neighborhood. So we will get there. We will get there before major storms or any such thing. It's going to be weeks. I don't have an exact date right now. And that is one of the equipment that's important to replace. We'll talk about.
Yes, and I do want to talk a little bit about the equipment next, but as far as the pump stations, I appreciate you mentioning that the pump station that staff has already gone through, looked at them, tested them. But I think what people are also going to want to know, and I'm glad you have a SOP, a standard operating procedure for getting those generators out, and that we already have specific generators for specific pumps. But will you be going out and testing that during the season as storms come?
Yes, so monthly pump station inspections are scheduled. That was also the update. It used to be quarterly. And then I'd like to add that we do have additional staff that will hunker down as part of the Emergency Response Center, ERC3, that are dedicated to pump stations.
Okay.
In FY26's budget, you'll also see that we've requested positions to beef up our pump station team. And add 2 more pump station related employees and 1 bridge operations specialist.
Great. When the thing I've heard from the public is the April work locations and descriptions just has the neighborhood, but people want to know what type of work is being done in each space, and that is where I think there's been a little bit of disconnect. So I know. So what can you say? How can you make it more specific about what areas you're working on in these neighborhoods? Because generally the neighbors are the ones that know where the problem areas are. It's not to say that your staff doesn't, I'm sure they do, but also just hearing from some of the neighbors, because as you were just talking about that one specific ditch, neighbors could tell you, hey, by the way, this ditch is also a problem. So how do you get your plan, and how does the neighborhood connect with you during this time to make sure they're getting what they need done during this time?
So I think that's a fair and a good question, because right now what we provide is what neighborhoods. We have before and after pictures and aggregate amount of work done. What we could do is in our monthly reports, and I'm sure Brian is watching this, we could add tables from CityWorks. CityWorks is our work management system, and that shows what work was done where. In terms of how can we engage, again, just given that gathering information and following up with individuals can be time-consuming to streamline along with maintenance staff. My suggestion would be to call in to our customer experience folks and they have those calls logged, and they do reconcile them with standing work orders. All of this is in our work management system, CityWorks. So when our maintenance folks go out to a neighborhood, they look at what are the open work orders in CityWorks for that neighborhood. But one-on-one engagement with maintenance staff, it gets a little bit harder. It kind of, we'd like them to be focused on doing their portion of the job. We have a CAP team that does the intake.
Is there a way that you could share on social media or through your other, maybe through neighborhood associations and share? I mean, right now we just have these lists. It would be great if you, someone, I know, don't you have a communications person?
Josh.
So
Josh
Josh
Castillo.
could go out, make some cute Instagram, Facebook type posts and just say, hey, we're in your neighborhood, call this number to tell us what we need to be looking at, or add a photo here. Just you know, someone to follow that Facebook feed,
Yep.
something like that, just to really, again, help and let people know you're in the neighborhood. One of my favorite photos of this is from the University Square debris inlet, and I mean, I'm going to reiterate it because I actually just saw a social media post from City of Tampa recently that said, don't blow your leaves and grass clippings into the street, because this is exactly what happens. And so I'd be remiss if I didn't take time to say that yet again. It's so important. It's probably one of the most important things that we do. That's what we can do as citizens. As far as the inlet top repair, is that done in-house? And by that, I mean, can you talk to specifically, is it only the cleaning out of the pipes and the fixing of the
top?
Yeah, no, the water, the fixing of the cave-ins, is that the only thing we're contracting out right now?
Correct. Right now, it is jet trucks. So we do have standing contracts as well. We'll touch on that on item 4 also. That was a memo that we submitted and discussed. So we have a whole bunch of other activities that as part of our regular maintenance we contract out. Right now, the emphasis has been on pipes and cave-ins. So on the inlet tops, we do them in-house.
Okay.
They require 3 basic types of equipment: the vac trucks to clean out. They need loaders to haul out the equipment, and then some other equipment as well. But basically what we're doing is repairing that damage, and there's some pictures on the process, forming the concrete on the top and reestablishing that. And when we do that, we also clean out the inlet itself of any debris, and that's where the vacs come in.
Thank you. Now, when it comes to this last part, and quite frankly, when it came to the work done in this last month, the numbers are impressive and staggering. But what I'm hearing from the public and what I'm having a hard time understanding is the percentage of the city that you're covering. So if you did 3,200 feet of ditches, if you graded that, how much of the system is that? Like,
Right,
what are we
right.
actually being able to accomplish? Sure. We need to have, more ambitious goals for this. So that, I would love that, to see the percentage of that. Like, what is actually happening? How can we look at this as a city? How can we look at this as parts of the city and say, okay, we are really cleaning out stuff every year? As far as, and some of this goes to your quarterly stormwater updates, when you show the gravity mains and you have all of that, it would be great if we could see, some of this I might talk to you about offline because I have some additional questions and things I want to add. Sure. But with the stormwater gravity main map, it would be great if it was color coded to show what was inspected, how long it's been, those types of things, so people can know, hey, my neighborhood has been inspected recently, and right now people are questioning, hey, has that been done? And if we had that on the website, folks could just immediately go, or if they call into hotline, and folks could direct them to that website to say, hey, this is what's accomplished. So the more we can get onto a map or clear to show what has been done, how long it's been since some of that's been done, I think it will help the citizens not have to call in, but then call in when there are actual problems.
Just so that I'm clear on this, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
but-
go right ahead.
So basically, if we're cleaning out pipes, map those and show, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, and I did want to talk about one more thing because I'm taking a lot of time and I want to let other people go, but I do want to talk to you offline about some new additions I'd like to see to this in the future. But I want you to be able to take the time today to define what a ditch is to the community and what ditches are the responsibility of a homeowner per se, and what the difference is in a ditch that's the responsibility of the city.
Fair, sure. So I will preface this by saying that I am not a stormwater engineer, so I would not know what the accurate definition is, and I'm sure there's an engineering definition, and this is mainly for the engineers. But a ditch basically conveys stormwater from one point to another, usually to a system or an outfall. And then what gets maintained by the city, what does not get maintained by the city. My understanding is those decisions were made early in 2003 when the service assessment was first passed. Prior to 2003, and Councilman Miranda would probably remember, there was no funding for stormwater. So there was no stormwater engineering team. There were very few people. Storm sewer were one team at that time. So there was a resource challenge that was identified. The simplest way to answer what ditches are maintained by the city versus not is based on depth and the width. So the way Keith Gorman, our senior technician that maintains and oversees contracts for ditches, explains to me is, if an average person can walk across that ditch, meaning if it's like 18 inches deep, or if it's not very, if a lawnmower can go through it, then most likely that is on the property owner to maintain. Now, having said that, there's an inventory of what the city will maintain versus what property owners are required to maintain. We will make that available on the website as well.
Is there a way, because we walked neighborhoods where the ditches had, while they were maintained by the owners, they had grown up over where they could get into the pipes. They were blocking pipage. So in my understanding, the city will go through and regrade those, but then it relies again on the constituent.
Correct.
So if you're having problems with your pipes or that feed from that, you should call the hotline number so that they can get you on a plan to regrade your ditch.
That is correct. And you
Okay.
can either go through, the portal, or the best way to reach us is 813-274-3101 for all stormwater issues.
Great, thank you. Okay, Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you. Real quick, thank you for all your work, you and your team. I mean, certainly in this update, a lot has been accomplished, and the timing of this is perfect because yesterday I was speaking with a group, and the topic of maintenance and ditches and culverts and everything had come up, and one of the individuals is here. So I'm glad that this has come up. Ms. Canella showed the photos, and this is a specific area that she's talking about. I don't know if it's Palmyra, correct?
I think some of those pictures may have been, and I'll let Ms. Canella speak
but-
to her pictures, but Thea,
But regardless, it goes to show you that when something is not maintained, a system is going to fail. It's just like a car. You don't change the oil, you don't do the maintenance, that car is going to fall apart much more quickly. So you showed me a variety of fixes throughout the city. Swan Circle is one that I've been getting calls for a long time, and I haven't received calls. Not that everything is perfect, but you've gone out and fixed stuff. And hopefully, as we see the success of this maintenance that's been done, and this is just from April, this is just the most recent, perhaps when the summer rains come, we'll see that the system works better, and perhaps we may see that should it be working better, as we move forward or try to move forward with big multi-million-dollar projects, we realize maybe it's not so much we have to build and we have to do, and I'm not going to call out any specific projects, but maybe we have a maintenance issue. Because as I mentioned earlier, yes, there have been a lot of new houses, a lot of new building, and a lot of new stuff, but we haven't been maintaining things properly. As you mentioned, previously to 2003, we don't have that stormwater maintenance assessment, but in 2016, as part of the capital improvement project, we increased the funding towards that. And as a council, we further increased the funding for the maintenance. So I think it may not be the answer to everything, but I think maintenance and the lack thereof is one of the biggest things. And hopefully the strides that have been made will show proof that, once the rains come, that there is a difference. Because again, we're supposed to be here as good stewards of taxpayer dollars. And when we have these massive stormwater projects that are in the millions upon millions of dollars, perhaps the right way and the more prudent way is just to attack that maintenance as we have. So a lot has been said. Councilmember Hurtak brought up a lot of great questions and points, but we need to further invest in that maintenance because I think it's going to make the difference. Hopefully it makes enough of a difference that unless it's a major hurricane, we're seeing that the summer rains are more manageable overall. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson, followed by Councilman Miranda.
Thank you. Yep, from your list of neighborhoods, if the average South Tampa resident looked at it, it appears that it's light on South Tampa neighborhoods. And so I would encourage us to include more South Tampa neighborhoods because there were many, many that were hit. But I also observed that I've been out when cleaning crews have cleaned ditches in South Tampa, and I don't see those areas on this list. And so I not to answer now, but I have a hypothesis that there maybe were some that were done right after the storm that are not on the list, and I would encourage you so that the administration doesn't get a bunch of emails from South Tampa saying, why aren't you doing our area? I think there were many areas that were done that you might not be getting credit for. So I would encourage that. Also, in communicating what your department is doing, there's been a lot of communication about generators for pumps, but in South Tampa, for the most part, pumps are not the main issue. They're worried about maintenance. And in a couple cases, as you know, that it was more about the strength of the pump, not the generator. So I think the point is that there's not a one-size-fits-all in how we need to talk about this. And pump generators is an easy soundbite, but for the thousands of people hit in South Tampa, most of them don't see that as the solution that would impact them. And so I would encourage us to talk more about this. The other thing in terms of language, if you say we're grading a ditch, until a little while ago, I wasn't even quite sure what that meant. I think if we just say we're digging the ditch out or some plain language, we're digging the ditch so that it goes below the pipes that are connecting it, something like that, so that the water can flow. And there's also I agree with the things that Councilmember Hurtak was saying, but there's also neighborhoods where people filled in ditches not knowing that they shouldn't, and so we need to figure that out as well. I would ask you don't have to give the answer now, but I would just ask you to talk to the public. Your email team does a good job of responding, but I think we need a better way of describing how we're setting priorities. What in triage, what are we doing first? And right now it looks arbitrary, and so if there's some plan to it, then I would suggest that we talk about that. An example, and I don't want to go in depth in this, but if you're trying to affect Parkland Estates and Palmacia Pines, it seems like we would be doing maintenance up by Kennedy somewhere, or further to the north, because if you're talking about watersheds and gravity, then how do we impact that? And the same with others. And so if there's a way to explain, out of the 1,000 projects or whatever we need to do, we're starting with the first 100 based on this criteria, that would help the public understand it. It's already been talked about what Ms. Canella said about the equipment, so I won't talk about that. You said 2013 for the new tax. I remember 2016, whatever it was. At that time, the public was told that several $1 million was being spent on maintenance, but we now see areas that haven't been maintained in decades. And so I wonder what happened to that. Also, Councilmember Hurtak mentioned the leaves. There's a video that the communication department posted this morning about how to remind people that it's illegal to put leaves in the street. Thank you for them for doing that. About 5 years ago, we on City Council doubled the fines, but there's a lack of communication to landscapers on it. And if you look at the comments, still we're getting people commenting that city staff or city contractors are blowing leaves into the streets. And so we need to make sure that we are educating landscapers and homeowners and city contractors. And then the other thing people are calling for is enforcement. We've doubled the fines, but somebody needs to go in and I realize it's hard to catch them, but you really see it when you're driving down the road and suddenly your car is covered with leaves because somebody blew them in the street. The other thing is wastewater. There are areas that were hit by wastewater, and Eric and his team are really good about going out. But I think and I wish that the administration would put together some kind of multifunction task force. Because of your position, there's some synergy between stormwater and mobility, but really, based on what happened and the claims of sewage water bubbling up or not flowing forward or gravity pushing into neighborhoods, there's some synergy there with wastewater, stormwater, mobility, and maybe some with potable water, but also with the building department permitting. And then as people are looking to rebuild their houses, there are the new FEMA rules. And I know we were going out and triage, explain to people what they needed to do. But I think going forward, especially as we face this storm time, we need to show the public that we have an integrated plan and that we're focusing on an integrated way to prevent flooding in the future. And lastly, if you need more budget, come to us quickly so that we can make sure that we speed it up as well, because we know the public wants this. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you very much. One thing I heard about ditches, as I understand it, and for a long time, it's been that the ditches, the whole city is divided into quarters, four quarters, and
yes.
Whoever has that contract has to have the responsibility of doing the work and having the equipment to do the work. So I don't know if that's changed anywhere. I don't think it has, but I can tell you that that's very important that they do that, and then they don't get paid until the fella from the city follows and says, yes, been done, and then if I remember the payment process, that's how it was. I don't know if it is like that now anymore. I can remember how sensitive it is when you talk about these types of drainage on Woodlawn and Havana a long time ago. I get a call that is backed up, and it was raining kind of hard, but not that kind of hard, where the whole street was underwater. So I get there and I called the city, and they showed up. You know what was inside the drain? A cover of a garbage can the same size that blocked the whole system for operating. And they had a gentleman go in there and bring it out. I was amazed that something that simple could cause that kind of drainage problem anywhere. So I can imagine what that would do when you had a torrential rainfall or a hurricane come by. You would be underwater the whole area. So just that one cover from one garbage can did that. Secondly, and more importantly, is when I see pictures of the drains before and after, there's an ordinance passed years ago that says if they catch you putting stuff into the drain, you'd be fined. And I don't know if we ever find anybody, because now who's going to patrol that? It's very difficult. You go there, you see somebody, by the time you go, that individual's gone. I remember, not to change the subject matter, it got so bad some years ago that on the corner of Lake and Gomez and on the corner of Swan and Henderson Boulevard, in different times, I saw two trucks about a third the size of a gasoline truck taking water from one of our, that the fire department uses to solve the problems in case there's a hurricane. And they were just getting our water for free. So I stopped and talked to the guy until he told me to go to hell, and I had to call from backup. But I mean, it's just that's how violent they are. They want something, they go get it. So you can't stop everything, but we can sure try. I would recommend to the administration to make sure that every city employee has a right to call somebody to go see when they're dropping in the things into the ditch. And you're going to find that some of the time, maybe even some of our own employees are doing it. I'm not saying they are, but it's possible. So these are the things that I see that can be changed and with very few dollars and get something done. But ditches have got to be done properly. And Some ditches are deeper than others, and some ditches, you can go deeper without hitting water, and some you can't. But these are the things that I know that if we improve on, it would help 25% of the problem we have. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Vieira.
Yes, and everyone has said a lot of good remarks. I was just going to say that thank you for the very detailed report. I mean, this is exactly what a lot of members of the public are looking for, which is detailed report on the small things that we're doing. I couldn't imagine if I got flooded in 2024 and looking at it right now. I mean, the acute sense of PTSD that a lot of these people have is immense. And so they're going to be looking at big things, little things, every piece of the puzzle that can go to just maximizing our chances for a good 2025. And this is obviously a big part of it with regards to regular everyday maintenance. And so, yeah, that's very, very important because that's something that my constituents are looking at. They're looking at big things, little things, the kind of things that you take for granted that a government does, making sure they're being done because, again, after what people went through last year, they have a real compelling interest, obviously, in that. So just thank you, sir.
Okay, we have public comment coming up next, starting with Ms. Pointer. There you are.
I'm glad to see, Stephanie Pointer, I'm glad to see Port Tampa on there. I'm glad to see the Gandy Civic Association on there, and Bayside West. I'm wondering about how we go all the way up to Beach Park on that west side of West Shore if we're going to hit all those before hurricane season. I know for just my own personal observation, the ditches at Inner Bay and Manhattan definitely need to be cleaned, and they need to be, I don't know, they didn't do their job during the storm, let's put it that way. I'm sorry, I got discombobulated. I had to do some work. I think these are good plans, but I still am very concerned that our stormwater department is pulled off the roads, clearing ditches, doing their job in the stormwater department in order to set up and break down for parades, in order to set up and break down for the Gasparilla runs. That's 28 days a year that we lose because of those. And it doesn't seem that the administration gives two flips about that being inappropriate, about that being a mismanagement of our stormwater dollars. We only have $25 million. You guys gave them more money. But how much money do each one of those days that we miss having people, boots on the ground, digging ditches, making sure that storm drains are cleaned, are they actually, I mean, how much money does that cost? Because stormwater money should be spent on stormwater, not on parades. I like parades. I like to walk in parades. I like to go to parades. But honestly, I have a problem with our stormwater department doing the job that they do under the guise of stormwater. So we really need to look at that. You guys gave them more money, but the problem is if the money is spent on parades, did they really need it? I don't know. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Sanchez, are you skipping this item? You're next. Okay, followed by Ms. Bullock. Okay, thank you. Mr. Michelini. Ms. Farrelly, and then Ms. Cannella.
Steve Michelini, first thing, I'd like to see the city increase the fines for anyone that blows in debris or disrupts ditches to the maximum allowed by law. The maximum. It is uncalled for, and it damages everyone. Consider establishing crews by area of the city so that you have dedicated crews with dedicated equipment for North Tampa, East Tampa, West Tampa, and South Tampa with their own equipment. So they're not borrowing one piece of equipment to go shuttling around to different parts of the city. What are the timelines for these improvements? and for the retention ponds and the ditches. I want to show you a couple of photographs. Is that? This is the pond at Horatio and Armenia, the one that overflowed and flooded down into Parkland. This is another picture of the same pond. This is, I took these pictures last week. This is the Hyde Park pond, and you can see the algae, but you can also see trash and debris that flows into there from the street. The rainwater flows and it takes the debris into the pond. And this is the pond that they just cleaned out. This is over on at Bristol and Albany. So you see the difference. I mean, when they maintain a pond, it should function correctly. I have turned this in twice on the city system. This is 2602 Sunset, and what they've done is they either came out and they put cones and new barricades, but it hadn't been fixed. They fixed the ones across the street, and I have no idea why they didn't fix this one. But anyway, what are the schedules for the maintenance of the pump stations? How many maintenance crews are there that are operating with their own equipment? How much equipment is dedicated solely to stormwater as opposed to borrowing it from other departments? And until we get control over the maintenance, you know, we cannot solve the problem. We're not going to be able to solve the problem entirely, but it would help if we started with maintenance and got some of these under control. And again, I would strongly recommend and encourage the council to consider establishing the maximum fines allowed by law. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Farrelly, Canella, followed by Ms. Franti.
Thank you, Yvonne Ferrelli, on behalf of the Parkland Estates Civic Club. First, I would like to thank council members for advocating to find immediate flooding solutions quickly in our neighborhood of Parkland Estates. I appreciate that. Secondly, I would like to thank the mobility for increasing some outlets in our Parkland Estates area, including Fountain Park. I'm hoping that will give us some summertime relief. However, I will say maintenance. It is key. It is the reason why we're here, the negligence of the maintenance in the past, and it is the question of how it will maintain itself or be maintained in the future. I cannot ask enough about how, if any projects go forward in the future, how will they maintain them? What is the funding? What are the consequences if it's not maintained properly? So I would ask that the city address that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Canella, and then Ms. Tate. Sure, if that's what you, no problem, Ms. Tate.
Thank you. Thank you, Pro Tem Henderson and council members. I would just like to piggyback on what Mr. Michelini suggested. Double fines, but then how do you catch those that are doing it? Police are not going to patrol the streets looking for people that are blowing leaves into the stormwater drains. My suggestion is to have you guys and TPD issue a security card to each neighborhood district. Some cities have that, where the Crime Watch group has a little car and they just ride through the community, not confronting anyone about anything that they're doing wrong, but just collecting pictures and making reports. And that would stop that. Or you could send out a mass flyer or do a commercial, because some of us don't know that it's wrong and it's illegal to blow leaves, because everybody blows leaves. Personally, I like to rake them up because that gives me great exercise. At 65, I need to stretch. I need to loosen up my joints, my muscles, my ligaments, tendons, everything. I like to do that, but my yard man, he takes my blower and he blows the leaves everywhere. So if we could do a commercial, if we could send out a flyer with all of these things, alerting the community that this is what you don't do, because a lot of people don't know that it's illegal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tate. Ms. Canella will close out.
These pictures were for last time. But don't worry, I have some for you later. I'm only gonna put one picture.
Okay.
And that's the Palmyra ditch. And I'm on both sides of South Tampa. I'm here today because I disagree with that gentleman over there. We are not ready for this rainy and hurricane season, okay? I've been out there and I've looked. We are not ready. Stormwater is way, way behind on cleaning the drainage system due to a couple things. One of them is there's no manpower. Our city is divided into zones, 3 zones. There are only 8 workers in our South Tampa zone, which is from Kennedy to the base, from West Shore to Bay Shore. And I hear North Tampa has even less workers. These 8 workers have been pulled to do special events and road and sidewalk cave-ins before any of the ditches, ponds, any of our drainage system is to be cleaned. And I know this for a fact because I was told. Because when I called in January, I was very upset because I wanted the Palmyra ditch on the schedule. And I was told, don't worry, it'll be here by the season. I said, okay, I'm still waiting. There are 2 contracted help crews, and they were just recently hired, just recently. Last week, Kimmons started working, and Flowtech, as of Monday, has not worked. They're not out there. So the crews we were supposed to have in January are not there. Stormwater equipment, I can't begin to tell you, it's giving me a headache. It's old, and it's constantly breaking down, and it's never available the day that the ditch or pond or whatever is scheduled to be done. They're always broken. They don't have enough. And yes, there's only 1 spider excavator for all of Tampa. Ooh, how strange is that? There are 5 vacuum trucks, but 3 of them are broken. I just found that out last week. So there's 2 left that are to be shared for all of Tampa. All of Tampa, all the zones. Mr. Brian Rogers said they are renting equipment, but no details were given to me on how many or when they will be available, maybe next year. I know there are not enough equipment to get stormwater system cleaned, and this is not acceptable. There is nothing is getting done because of lack of manpower, equipment, and proper management. Residents are concerned and frustrated. I know I am. And let me tell you about calling mobility. You're put on a list, you're given a number, and you're not seen for years. And the residents don't like it, they're tired of it, they're complaining about it because nothing is getting done. And I would like to know where specifically the budget for the high-cost projects come from, such as the Riverwalk and the building that they just built, when they don't have money for stormwater.
Thank you, Ms. Canella, for your comments.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
did I do something wrong?
No. You're just passionate, nothing wrong with that. Okay, we're going to move on to the final item under mobility, and that is to report on the detailed personnel, third-party maintenance, and contracts. And go
Madam Chair,
ahead.
Vic B. Mobility.
Can I set this up?
Yeah,
Sure, she
please.
can set it up. She
Thanks.
made the motion.
I just want to say that we've actually heard, in fact, we just heard from Ms. Canella to talk about this. So this is where we're going to be talking about the equipment. And during this, if you could, because we've had several people in public comment talk about the zones, and Ms. Canella told us, but I would appreciate if you could reiterate. And then, yeah, so thank you.
Sure, and thank you, Councilman Hurtak, because I did submit a memo and we talked about most of this on May 1st. So I won't repeat myself, but I will touch upon the highlights. I'd like to start by saying Ms. Canella is absolutely right. We need more people, we need more equipment, we need more contracts, we need more resources. The way we know that is because we are given a budget every year and we spend that budget. And so what service we're providing beyond that, if it's not adequate, it's because we need more resources. And so the way to get those resources, our recommendation is to start working on a business plan that we are working on right now. And I will admit, thanks to you and the motion you made for monthly reports, that has given us really good information. Because our work management system is really documenting what work is being allocated where. There's not a lot more intelligence to it that, you know, we could work on getting more analytics and things like that. But the business plan we're working on is to understand how many people, how much more equipment, what is the state of where we are right now, and then for different service levels, ultimately what service levels are needed. Right now, our service level is based off of state and DEP regulations. And if we need to improve upon those service levels, and the state is looking at that as well, they're trying to change those frequencies to half. If that happens, there's a direct correlation that hasn't been adopted yet as a policy because it will impact every single jurisdiction in the state of Florida, but it's being worked on. So what we are working on is a business plan by the end of the calendar year to bring to council so that you will know for what service level, what kind of equipment, personnel, and contracts and resources are needed. And then based off of that, it would be a collaboration to figure out how to get those resources. One potential avenue would be to further increase the stormwater service assessment. Of course, there's a whole different calculus around that, so I'm not going to go there even, but we'll be ready should that be the pathway, because that begins, the shot clock on that begins early in the calendar year, if that had to be initiated. So I don't have multiple copies on this because our vehicle inventory was sent based on a request made by the financial analyst, so I haven't made more copies. And there are some minor errors for two of the equipment that you're going to see. The cost shows us 20 million, but it's 200,000. And that's why I didn't want to make copies. But I'll just go over what equipment we have right now, what our team says we need right now. We're going to validate it with the business plan and measure against best practices so that next year, once our engineering team is ready with priority projects, our operations will also be ready with priorities relative to resources. So generally, so we have 76 pieces of equipment total with an average life of about 10 years. 10 years is pretty long. I mean, typically you want to replace equipment between 6 years to 8 years at the most. This average life is, again, it's average, so some equipment is much older. Others are not as old, but it's a much higher average life than our other utility departments. And that's primarily because of resources. I don't have the exact numbers, but in general, we have older equipment than water and wastewater. Currently, we lease sweepers, and we will be leasing vac trucks. The reason we'll be leasing vac trucks, again, is Ms. Canella is absolutely right. We have 5 vac trucks. 3 of them have low availability. Let me just put it that way. So at any given moment, we don't have as many trucks as we need. This year, in working with Fleet, we did look at, do we purchase them or do we lease them? Our team opted for leasing after running the numbers. There's a little bit of savings, but more importantly, the availability was important. It comes with a contract. And so, thank you again. We should take possession of these vac trucks in the next few months, I want to say, this calendar year. Lead times for all of this equipment is really long. So whether we purchase it or lease it, it's the same. But once we have 3 vac trucks, those 3 vac trucks will always be available. If one goes down by agreement, we'll get a replacement immediately. And that will improve our level of performance with even the existing team. The team tells me our procurement or replacement priorities for vehicles are as follows. TV truck, we have 1 TV truck right now. We would like to expand on the TV program, which is why we included TV inspections as part of Flowtech's contract with the emergency affidavit. The excavator, the wheeled articulating, so that's the spider basically. That is an imported piece of equipment. It's not made in the US yet, so I'm not sure of what the lead time on it is. My understanding is the cost of that equipment is about somewhere between 700,000 and 800,000 all told. 2 flatbed trucks, and then multiple grading buckets for existing backhoes. This year, council did approve a couple of backhoes, so we've already added. In the last 3 years, we've bought 10 new pieces of equipment for the stormwater team. Within mobility operations, transportation used to have even older equipment. In the last 2 years, we've focused on transportation more with the emphasis on paving. We're about to take possession of a new paver. I wanted to mention that because in the last 2 years, we've replaced a lot more equipment on the transportation side, which was much, much older, even older than stormwater. There was a point in time when stormwater looked great next to transportation in terms of the equipment. When you compare us apples to apples with any of the other utility departments, we fall short. So I just wanted to share this much, and I'll be happy to either take questions or if you have any additional questions. And then I have more kind of detailed information on the inventory, but we've shared the entire inventory. And again, this is a little bit harder to read, but this is where that 1 piece of equipment is 200,000. That's why I don't have 7 copies of this, because it wouldn't be accurate information. But this is for all of the zones. So we've got citywide in the 3 zones, and we do have separate equipment for separate zones, and then the citywide kind of shares some of it as well. And I will leave it at that. I think this one has a $20 million item as well as 200,000, and in both cases they are backhoes, and those are new pieces of equipment, 2024.
Okay. Councilmember.
Well, you answered some of the questions that I was going to ask. Give us a breakdown of what you feel is needed with the approximate cost of each item and how much aggregate is the total of it. Also, do you have the employment now to handle more trucks?
Right, personnel.
Sorry?
Do you have the personnel to handle the more vehicles if you were to get them?
So these are all replacement vehicles. So yes, we do have the personnel should we replace these vehicles. We will definitely need additional staff, additional vehicles, and additional contracts.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Anything above the grade now, you need more personnel to
Yes.
handle that upswing, and if not,
Absolutely.
no need of buying them because you're not going to use them.
Right.
So I appreciate if you can do that for us. I don't know if that's appropriate, Madam Chair, to give us a breakdown what you think you would need in addition to what you have.
We will know that by the end of this calendar year,
Okay.
just in time for this body to, make some decisions.
However, that comes with a caveat that even if you have the money, does the equipment that you could buy it readily available to buy?
So much of the equipment has a lead time of about 4 to 8 months. So, and it just depends. Some of it, John Deere may have it available, or Caterpillar may have it available, but on an average, we're looking
I
at
appreciate
4
if you give us all that information.
Okay. Councilman Carlson.
I had my mic on.
No, he had his on for a while.
This is our item.
It is my item.
Yeah.
Generally, we go to the person whose item it is first.
That's true, but this is fine. No problem, Councilwoman
So I did want to ask, thank you for this, but it seems like now with what we're looking at, that 3 sections may not be enough. It seems like we might need to expand to at least 4. Have you thought about that?
Not yet. We have not. But when we develop the business plan, that's one of the things we'll look at, because that is, if we have to support expanded operations for different levels of service, how do we need to organize ourselves?
Okay. And the same, I'll echo Councilman Miranda's interest in FTEs. I mean, in my estimation, I would like to see one of these spiders, TV trucks, whatever, per section, so that everybody has one, so that we're not having to borrow. But I will say that while I appreciate the business plan and the idea of what we're going to do going forward, I think that we're going to need a little bit more information before this 2026 budget season. I understand that you want a couple of FTEs, but really, what else? What else do you need? What types of, if we're just leasing them, we still want to know what kind of equipment you need, what kind of FTEs you'll need, just even for the year or two. Just because if we don't start getting that, the public is saying we want to see that. And while I appreciate the depth and time that goes into a business plan, I think that folks can see that we need people. They can see that we need equipment. And the business plan is not going to change the need for equipment or personnel. So if we were to get a jump start on some of that, I don't think that that will mess with the idea of a business plan.
And the equipment listed here is a good starting point.
Yeah.
We'll add to that and we'll
Okay.
definitely.
Thank you. And then I have a motion at the end of this. So,
Okay, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, thank you for going through all that. Could you confirm, I'm just going on recollection, but could you confirm when the stormwater tax was first passed and then it was increased, I think, around 2016? Can you just confirm what those years were?
2003 and FY16, so late 2015.
Okay, and so you're talking about doing a business plan now. Do you know if there was a business plan in 2016 or 2002? Has anybody ever
aware.
done a plan before?
I'm not aware. I'd have to find out.
I would ask, maybe Ms. Kopesky, I don't know if we need a motion for that, but I would ask somebody, maybe Ms. Kopesky, to go back and just to 2002 and maybe the year before to show us what the, what, I guess that was 0, and the 2002, what the stormwater tax was all those years. And I don't know if somebody can provide big buckets on what it was used for, but we have, since 2016 in particular, that one was very controversial, and I think the public expected at a minimum that big buckets would be spent on maintenance, and so it would be interesting just to see that. Should I make a motion to ask for that, or
Sure.
just a motion to ask Ms. Kopesky, sorry if I get Ms. Kopesky to talk to work with the stormwater department to just do a timeline of the stormwater revenues and big buckets of expenditures since 2001, just so we can look at that, and then and maybe you could just give it to us as a written report whenever it's ready, and then
Can we just
may I
address
request-
the motion before you go?
yeah,
on?
sure.
May I request a modification? Could you also include revenue and finance, because that's where we get.
Okay, yeah, include revenue and finance, sorry.
Okay, and that second was by Pertek. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank
Okay,
you.
Mr. Carlson.
And then I wonder, I also mentioned earlier the idea of a multi-department task force that would look at all these things in an integrated way, like people are rebuilding their houses, but if they're not building them up to FEMA standards, then we're gonna end up having to spend a lot of money. Other cities are doing things like providing $400,000 grants so that people can raise their houses 8 feet. And so I'm concerned that there might be, if you look at it over the long run, there might be relatively inexpensive solutions that we could do besides the multi-million-dollar big projects take years to implement. And then, do you know I know, Mr. Vita, you're leaving soon. Is there any final advice that you have on this, or is there any insight into what the administration is planning in this regard? If you were sitting where we are, what would you recommend at this point?
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you. The first and obvious one is resources. And so both on maintenance as well as capital, we need more resources. I know we're discussing maintenance, and maintenance is critical. I would like to highlight that if we look at an inventory of our assets, and that inventory has just been shared with Ms. Kopeski, you will see that we have legacy infrastructure. And why it matters is it's not just age. 30, 40, 50 years ago, infrastructure was designed for different storm conditions and different levels of development. And if that underlying infrastructure, if the skeleton, if you will, or the nervous system of the body is weak to begin with, what you eat or that nourishment alone is not going to be enough if that's maintenance. You're going to need to change the bones of the system. That is, you're absolutely right, takes longer, costs more, but it is necessary. I mean, we've only seriously started investing in capital assets since FY16, 2015, when that improvement assessment was put in place, and we see that those projects have yielded benefits. So we need that. Ultimately, that is the solution to modernize. Otherwise, we're really working with outdated technology that does not fit today's context, and we're putting Band-Aids on it. We need more maintenance, no doubt. I mean, our team works 6 days a week right now. They work very hard. We spend our entire budget. We get audited, and let us get audited. That's wonderful. But clearly, that's not enough. You're hearing that from the community as well. So there has to be a real discussion about, well, what do we do about it? And it's going to be a difficult discussion, because if we really look at the resources needed, similar to paving, to address some of these challenges, it's going to be bigger numbers. But there's not any easier path forward given the headwinds that we face from an environmental standpoint. And investment is the real answer if we want to address the real problem.
Mr. Ide, thank you for your report. I have a couple of questions just about the personnel. The 6 days a week, is that a staggered workforce, or are they being paid overtime?
We're using overtime, and we start with voluntary, but depending on the jobs, at times we have to insist that teams come in to do what our roles are.
Okay, is this considered a high priority period for insisting?
This is a high priority, you know, at least through as much as we can do. So long as it's not raining, we're going to keep working through this. But we've also added a third shift for storm responses. So we used to have 2 shifts, now we have a third shift, primarily because we have afternoon storms and we need people after that. And we can't use overtime because that's not the best utilization of resources. And I've personally sat down with Brian and JT, who's our stormwater chief, and the entire stormwater team. And we've talked about these priorities. We've talked about real challenges that the community has, real challenges that they have around resources. I think the team understands the mission. They need help.
Okay, well, based on the overtime, the FTE shortage would be what in terms of personnel? How many people we would need right now?
I don't have exact numbers, but there's 2 types of challenges. One is turnover. For whatever reason, you know, new people that come in may or may not stay very long. I'm just sharing facts, you know, as they are. And there are other types of opportunities and jobs for people as well. So that's one part of it. But overall, we do need more personnel.
Yeah, the type of job, what is the description of the basic job function for stormwater staff in this regard?
So
for
we have
maintenance?
levels of technicians.
Yeah.
It begins at Tech 1.
And what
kind
does
of-
that require? That's the only one I really want to know about, Tech 1, to get
So-
someone on board.
So right now, all it requires is a high school diploma. And the reason is there used to be other requirements in the past. We removed those requirements. My instruction to the team was let's hire for basically disposition, attitude, and willingness to do the job. And we will train them once they come on board.
Okay.
Let's not require training in advance, just hire for the right type of attitude and let's train them once they're on. We have this challenge with CDLs as well.
Yeah.
And we're working with HR and we're working with other departments, risk and all, around that also. Because that CDL requirement for a certain period of time meant we got a lot of truck drivers wanting to work, but they didn't want to do any of the other work as well. And so it was hard to keep them on. So again, if we could get rid of that requirement, hire right people that want to do the work and we'll train them. It'll be a higher cost in the short term, but replacing an employee is extremely expensive. And the most expensive part of our business in operations and maintenance is rolling a truck. So.
Okay, and how much does this amazing job pay at a level 1?
So since Mayor Castor increased salaries and she came in, our pays are pretty competitive. They're not, for a high school diploma and minimal experience, it's about 40 something thousand a year, but that's just starting and it comes with benefits as well.
Yeah.
And then it scales up from there. We have Tech 3s right now that make 6 figures because they've earned it. I mean, that's how our system is designed. If you work longer, you accrue those cost of living increases as you should.
Thank you. And last question, are we currently advertising the need for
Yes.
techs in your?
We're always hiring. Thankfully, our current vacancy rate for stormwater operations isn't very high. We've hired on a few folks, and so I think we've got only a few vacancies right now, but the turnover is the bigger challenge for us. And this is industry-wide. It's not unique to us.
Okay, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. I forgot to ask about this, but you reminded me when you were talking about the CDL. I do believe that that's part of why we are using our stormwater to do parade setup. And so could you talk a little bit about that? Because what I would really love to know is how much it would cost to be able to contract those folks out. So I really would love to see that, and the public wants to see that as part of the 26 budget.
Sure.
Because we'll willingly fund that so
Correct.
that our stormwater people can be doing what they need to do during the height of the dry season.
Sure. Completely agree. I mean, so that is being worked with TPD and the administration right now, as I understand it, through the FY26 budget cycle. It will be discussed in the workshops as well.
Okay.
And I don't have specific costs. What I can say is that the need for security, valid need for security through some of these events has increased. So this is a very timely discussion.
Oh, good, excellent. So I have a motion. I really do appreciate the work that the mobility staff has done to present this. As other members have said, this is really what the community's asking for right now. I know it's a little bit more detail, but people are really wanting to know what's being done. And so I do appreciate and the agreement for level of detail. Folks are really scared right now. We're getting, the first rainfall a couple weeks ago, we got people very upset, calling us really worried. And I know that you're getting those same phone calls. So I just want to say thank you for that, because this right now, I don't expect this to go on forever, but for a while longer, these monthly reports really help connect us and the people to what's going on. And they really appreciate that. I get a lot of thanks for what you're putting out here and for the work of your team. But to respect staff's time, I'd like Ms. Kopesky, our city council budget analyst, to create schedules reflecting the equipment in service used to support stormwater maintenance activities, along with the associated age for each asset, and a summary of stormwater maintenance expenses by vendor or for 2024 and 2025 year to date. And my motion is that staff work with the city council budget analyst to complete these schedules referenced above and be available to verify the accuracy of the data and to answer any additional questions related to the motion on July 31st, 2025.
Is there a discussion?
And this I worked with Ms. Kopesky on, so she is aware of it. And we do have, we are limited. Actually, what I can do is I can request this as a staff report on July 31st. I can work with your team to answer any questions, and then if there are more reports, we can report it out at another meeting.
That's
We
great.
have a second by Councilman Vieira, and discussion, Councilman Miranda.
2 seconds?
Yeah, you can take as much as you like.
No, her second, yeah, but.
No.
Oh, no, he just had.
You made the motion, he seconded it.
Okay.
I said discussion for you.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I was trying to
your light
second it,
is
but
on.
it's all right.
Okay, all those in favor?
All right.
What, is it a written report or?
Written.
Yeah, well, yeah, I changed it to written because of that. So here, I will put that on there.
Okay.
And again, I'll work with Ms. Kopesky and staff, so if we need to change anything. Okay.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Vieira. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now we have public comment for this area, starting with Ms. Canella. Or Ms. Bullock, I apologize.
Bear with me, I have pictures. Could you put them on? I would appreciate it, because I can't do both.
Mr. Costa.
You're gonna help me? Okay, well, that's the first one, and it goes in that order.
So then,
Okay?
oh, you have it,
Because I
okay.
want to be able to point, okay? Point, where do I point?
No, you point
I
there.
point here,
and
okay.
it'll show up there, yeah.
Okay. I think you all know my name.
You have to say it for the record.
Okay, my name is Pam Canella. I sent a letter of concern to the DEP about the lack of maintenance in our retention ponds and storm drains containing pollutants. Now, you got the answer that I got from the city to them. And I want to start at the bottom where it says, no asphalt-related damage or debris was observed within the stormwater infrastructure. And there it is. This is all asphalt. Not to mention that yellow strip of plastic that is left there. Please put the second one. Okay, this is a couple days later, and there's the same drain, and this is all in Hyde Park, and we have more asphalt, and the other asphalt that you saw on the curb is inside the water drain with a little plastic yellow there that you could see. Okay, so there's my proof. So I don't know what the city looked at, but they didn't look at that because they would have seen what I saw. Okay, let's go with number 2. Keep going. Let's make it quick. Okay. All right. It's a what? Oh, the ponds are from, well, okay. Well, I sent it to the city. They looked in it and said there was nothing there. So that's why, because it says here. Let me read it to you. The City of Tampa Mobility Department's Stormwater Operations staff, okay, investigated the area of concern, and after a thorough field assessment, no issues were observed on site. It's right there. And then the following stormwater inventory was inspected with staff finding details below. So the storm drains, the catch basins, it's all there. So let's just show the picture. Here's Swan Pond, and there's all the garbage. Okay, the trash, you can see the water's green. Hasn't been cleaned. I put in a request, I got a number, I asked for somebody to call me. 2 weeks later, I'm still waiting. Okay, please put the second one. Have to do this in 3 minutes. Okay, there's more of the Swan Pond. Okay, it's a mess. Still hasn't been cleaned. It looks like that today because I walked it. Okay, please go on. And this is the last one. This is the one on Audubon, Horatio, and Armenia, that big pond out there. Look at all the trash. But they tell me there's no trash. And all that trash goes in the drain, and I walked it. That drain over there in the corner, you could see the level, and you have pictures to prove it. That one little bit of rain, and it all filled up, and all that garbage went into those drains. And it all flooded on Horatio, and it all comes down Audubon. It's all flooded. They all have trash in them and whatever. They have not been cleaned, even though the city mobility says it has. And that's all I have to say. I'm tired.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bullock?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. B-Day.
Hi, Valerie Bullock. I was sitting back there brainstorming. I got a good idea for East Tampa. We already had a neighborhood enhancement program. Those guys, they drive those big trucks, so they already know a little bit about the heavy equipment, CDL, something like that. But maybe we can hire them for stormwater. And then we can just replace our guys from East Tampa. And it is a lot of people in East Tampa that's looking for jobs. So if we don't do that, maybe we can do a training program with stormwater. Because it's basically you doing lawn service, but you step it up a little bit and learn how to drive the forklift, the backhoe, and stuff like that. So I think that would be a great partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bullock, for your comments. Ms. Sanchez, are you passing? Okay, what about you, Ms. Pointer? You're on this item as well? You don't have to say anything. And Mr. Michelini, you're next. After Ms. Pointer. And then Ms. Farrelly.
Good afternoon, Stephanie Pointer. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
It's been a long day already, hasn't it? I just wanted to look and see if there were any listings for stormwater on the page, because you know, we have done this before where we're advertising all the time. But then when you look up City of Tampa jobs, is there anything for stormwater on here? And I'm looking and saying, maybe not. I could be wrong, but I don't see it. So I always want to point that out. I mean, it might be under something that I'm not seeing, but I don't know. But I wanted to show you guys this map because this is probably pretty interesting to most of you. Oh, they made the map. They labeled it just for me. Anyway, thank you, CCTV people. So when I met with those guys, Black and Beach or whatever their name is, they told me that the city of Tampa does not have the technology to do this for the city. What is the technology? And they should be able to do that. And they should be able to tell us where everybody's at. But I'm really kind of concerned because I don't see that on here, and Mr. B-Day might be able to show it to you, but I don't see that it says stormwater tech or road tech or anything like that on the list. And I just started looking it up when you called my name because I thought, oh, we've done this before. We've had people say, oh, well, we have to get these people in here to go to work, and then there's no advertisements for them. Go figure. That kind of, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I would think, once again, you're telling me you're understaffed, but yet you're spending 28 days of the year doing something besides stormwater. Sounds to me like we need to reprioritize where our stormwater department is working. And, you know, Mr. Beatty came in here and said that, you know, we pulled 11 people off the stormwater fund, but we're not going to repay the stormwater fund. We only get $25 million a year. So if you take 1-2 million, whatever it is, because it was different prices, I don't remember from the budget meeting. Everybody should have been in the budget meeting last week, Mr. B-Day and you on. did a great job talking to us about stormwater, but I still have a big issue with pulling them off stormwater for so many, that's a whole month that they're not doing their jobs. And I would also offer, is that misappropriation of funds? If you're being paid for by my tax dollars that are being paid for stormwater, and you're doing parade work, is that appropriate? I don't know. I just work here.
Mr. Michelini. Thank you, Ms. Pointer.
Steve Michelini. I mean, it's clear that the department doesn't have enough money. They don't have enough staff for actual field work, and they don't have enough equipment. And if you have one piece of equipment break down and you can't do anything in the city, that's unconscionable. I don't know how we get to that point. We need to provide enough field employees, not supervisors and planners. And there was a comment made that it was a disproportional number of planners and an admin staff versus actual field workers. I think that, you know, when you're asking Ms. Kopinski to look at that, you might be looking at that as well. Getting the job done is the most important thing, whether it's maintenance or installation. Vic has told you, I mean, the neighbors have told you, I've said it to you. You can't get the job done if you don't have the people and you don't have the equipment. So provide the field employees and provide the equipment, whether you have to lease it. And we're going into a stormwater, you know, a period of time that's coming up. We can't get the job done. And we're focusing on North Tampa. South Tampa is the one that had most of the flooding, although there was some in North Tampa too. But we haven't even gotten to it. We're going to get to it next. The next doesn't cut it. You know, you had Palmacia Pines, you had Parkland, you had, you know, New Suburb Beautiful, and I don't know where you go, except you're going to have to commit the funds to do it. And it's the $25 million that's sitting there in the stormwater budget. It needs to be allocated correctly. I'm not sure what those allocations are, but we need to focus on field work, equipment, and getting the job done in the field. Ms. Canella pointed out the maintenance. I've showed you the same pictures of the Swan Pond. And again, look after those fines. Create a tip line. You have it for other things. You know, why not create a tip line for people that are dumping trash and debris into the stormwater system? Take a picture. It's simple. You see them doing it. You know, you may not want to confront them, but take a picture of their license plate or the truck or whatever they're using and turn it in. I mean, you need to aggressively go after this. You know, everyone's in danger when you destroy that system. So I appreciate it. And when you have the businesses, you have the neighborhoods, you have the residents all saying the same thing, take it, and you know, I think it's valid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michelini. Ms. Farrelly, would you like to speak on this? Okay, so we are closing out Mobility's report. Let me just hit my little button here. Okay. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, Ms. Tate, you were listed. I will accept that you can speak. You did not. I know for that one, but you want to speak?
Just a second. Just a minute. Mr. B-Day left, but $1,666.
State your name for the record.
I am so sorry.
It's
Please
okay.
forgive me. Fran Tate, Jackson Heights Neighborhood Association and Community Safety Watch President.
Okay.
Pro Tem Chair. Chair Pro Tem and council members. I just wanted Mr. B-Day, he's gone, he has a turnover rate with the Tech 1 position, $1,666.67 biweekly. That's probably why he has a turnover rate. How can you live on $1,000? And that's before taxes. Salary increase is needed, depending on whatever they're doing. salary increase is needed. I'll tell Mr. B-Day. Mr. B-Day, can I repeat myself? I got
Okay.
3 minutes.
Okay.
$1,666.66 biweekly before taxes for take one. Mr. B-Day, that could also be a part of the reason that you have a turnover rate with your take one employees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, agenda item number 5 is the staff is to discuss the possibility of creating city funds, and this is Mr. Carlson. You want to kick this off or
Yeah,
say
if I
something?
Just
Mr. Brody is here.
set it up.
May I speak after?
And I apologize, Mr. Birdie and I were playing phone tag yesterday. But the idea here is that
Thank you, Mobility.
there are property owners that have bought property not knowing that there might be graves on there, and then suddenly there's this a suspicion that there are graves. And so there are two costs that property owners have. One is to search, use the ground penetrating radar to search. And then the second thing is if graves are found, what happens to the property? Ideally, the city would have a fund to either relocate the graves or to protect them and buy that property. And examples recently, a Jewish organization was looking to buy a piece of property that was suspected to have graves on it. A restaurant owner had a big piece of property worth a lot of money that had graves on it. That particular owner decided, I think, to donate the land, but not everybody can afford to donate millions of dollars worth of land. Several years ago when SPP was being built, it was discovered that the Fort Brooke grave was underneath the Expressway Authority, and SPP paid a lot of money, worked with the Seminole tribe to move some of the graves, but presumably there's still graves underneath the expressway there. And so the question is, what role can the city play? Because not everybody can afford to pay for ground penetrating radar. Not everybody can afford just to give up their land. So is there a role the city can play to help subsidize that, especially for the smaller nonprofits, religious groups, et cetera?
Mr. Brody.
Thank you. Carl Brody from Legal Department. If I can just back up a little bit, I'd like to just go over, just for the record, the background on all this. This is a private property rights issue that we've talked about before. We cannot require a private property owner to allow us on site, and that's really the genesis of why you have your issue and why we're talking about the issue today. So acknowledging that, I also want to acknowledge that there are a couple statutory provisions out there that we can use to help move this along. One that I've talked about, I think, to most of you several times is a bill that was up a couple of years ago that would have authorized the state to go on site in these kind of scenarios where it's believed to be a burial site. It would have allowed the state to go on and have an easement to do a GPR search to determine if that's accurate or not, if there is something there. That bill did not pass. Hopefully, one day it will pass. And I think I've talked to several about, possibly doing what we can to get that moving forward. But we also have a law on the books that allows next of kin to go on site. They have an easement right if there's a known cemetery. Now, the rub here is that you have to know that there's a cemetery. Generally, this is applied to where there's a landowner who's not maintaining the cemetery above ground. The cemetery is there, he's not maintaining it, and state law gives next of kin the right to go on, request that he does maintain the cemetery, and if he does not, allows them to go and do the maintenance on their own. That's if there's a known cemetery. In this scenario, we'd have to bridge that gap to show that we know that there is a cemetery in place, and this would be a legal process that could be undertaken by a third party. One of these organizations that's interested in the lost cemeteries could take some action like that. So that's just another option out there. Specifically regarding funding, the key primary issue we're going to look at is there a public purpose? So if we show that there's a public purpose, then City Council does have authority on that end in terms of incorporating that in that cost. So that is an option, but we just have to show there's a public purpose. Now, once we do that, there are some issues that we want to look at. We want to look at, what specific outcomes are we looking for? I think it's kind of clear here. We want to make the determination of if there are lost graves, wherever they might be. So we have to look at that. We have to determine who's going to provide the service. How are we going to go through that process of choosing a vendor to provide that GPR service for us, assuming that's the next step on this. And we'd have to look at, compare the costs, and if we want to put a cap on how much City Council is willing to spend on a program like this overall. So those are just some factors that come into play. We do know that if we provide funding to the third-party organizations, the organizations come before us with that interest, that's not going to directly address the concern, because the real issue is going to be whether the private property owner is going to agree to allow that access. So that's why when you talk about the GPR options, that's the relationship that needs to be created in order to make that determination.
Okay.
I think that kind of spells out where we're at now. I'll pass it to council to discuss, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay. Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much, sir. So I met with Florida Rising yesterday, and I spoke to their group. I spoke to the president of the NAACP this morning. I've spoken to, I guess, the president or one of the lead organizers with the Cemetery Society, and there have been some news stories regarding a parcel next to Woodlawn Cemetery, which Woodlawn is the City of Tampa cemetery. About a month ago, I was at the Housing Authority for about 2 hours, just getting an overview of what they were doing, what they were working on. And one of the topics that came up was Zion Cemetery, and it was mentioned about private property owner willing to I don't know the details. This is the first that I know. Willing to donate. I don't know if there's a land swap. I don't know what. As I spoke with folks, and the executive director is here from Florida Rising, what am I working on? One of the things was in regards to the cemeteries, and I touched upon it for a little bit yesterday, but my goal is one of two: to make Zion Cemetery whole, and that the city, that we come to a completion with it, because Robles Park in general has that big master plan, but my goal is to figure out, I don't know where the city's at regarding the land swap or the deal or whatever the negotiations are, to fix and finish Zion and restore it to what it was. Number two, in regards to the parcel that's adjacent to Woodlawn, and that's been something that's been discussed for years on and off, but my understanding, and this is a public record, there's, as I spoke to someone with the Cemetery Society, she emailed everybody, so it's out there. An email from someone, I believe it was USF, regarding I think this is off memory, but if you look at the original maps from 100 years ago, Potter's Field is right there. You drive down Boulevard, and in Woodlawn, on the other side of the fence, it's a wide open area. That is apparently Potter's Field. And I don't know if this parcel adjacent that has been listed for sale includes that. This is what I've heard, and I don't know if there's further evidence that you might have someone that was connected to the Rosewood story. You have, when it comes to Black history, you may have individuals that are buried there, unmarked, that are historically significant, members of this community, and it's important, and I'll finish by saying, I've reached out to the administration. They did not want to pursue possibly purchasing this parcel, and since we have to be in the sunshine, as we go into the budget season, perhaps looking at adding that to the budget. A number has been thrown out for what was publicly listed for this parcel off Boulevard next to Woodlawn. I'd like to see if council would have the appetite in moving forward, and I don't know how we begin negotiations with the private property owner and just acquiring that, because per what was said from the individual, I believe from USF, saying there is a possibility of, and the original map show that section may have, or if it was African-American burials, whatever it is, just so we can put this to rest. The city has a terrible reputation when it comes to protecting cemeteries, as we've seen in the news several years, most recently with Memorial. I mean, that was on MLK, that was a debacle, but you know, we've worked that out, and now it's being restored to and given the respect that it should be. So I wanted to put that out there for council members. If that's something that, you know, as the budget comes up, we can see about acquiring that property, reaching out to the I don't know where we begin, but those are two of my goals: fixing and finishing Zion, and then figuring out what we do with this parcel next to Woodlawn and putting it to rest. Because I think as so much Black history has been erased, and that's another, you know, and I mentioned this yesterday, I can talk about it for forever. You know, I mean, I read about even my wife studies it. We need to preserve as much as we can, and I think this would be a good option moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Miranda, followed by Councilman Carlson.
Thank you very much. First of all, we have no plan. That's right now. We don't even know how many parcels of land may be under this. That's the second one. The third one is, it's cheaper to pass and pay the money to go over to see what's under there than to buy the land. That's number three. And fourth of all, I'm not against anything that's been said, but I think the general public taxpayers want to know what we're buying. Is it a cemetery or is it not a cemetery? And you have to go through these things one step at a time. I don't think that I'm going to buy a piece of land, if I was out buying a lot now, that I know that possibly has. If I remember going back to the association, I'm not going to mention any names or avoid lawsuits, that was bought clearly for the membership of that organization to be buried there. If I remember when I was a young kid in Tampa, they were big in the show business, they were big in areas, and they're very nice people. But I don't know what's under that land. I think the public ought to realize before we start thinking about buying anything, is there that, what we're talking about, is it there? That's number one. Now, who pays for it? That's number two. We don't own the property, they do, but they have a problem. And the problem is, it's their land. So whoever owns that land, I think has to be responsible for passing the grid on it, see what's under there. And this is new, this is something that there is no plan for it that I know that the city's had up to this time that we're talking about it. What's really there before we continue to talk this way? I don't want to have 10 new cemeteries come up and I got to buy 10 cemeteries that I'm not responsible. I'm talking about the general taxpayers. We can address the problem once we find out what's there. We don't know what's there. We only heard gossips and this and that and the other. So I think we have to look at it. We don't own it, but it's the same thing we've done when you buy a house. If I add it to my house and I sold it, they don't come after me, they go after you. You didn't have a damn thing to do with it. But I did it, but they're blaming you. So these are the things that are going in the city, and I'd just like to know more about it before I cast a vote.
Yes. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, thank you for that, that update from a legal perspective. First of all, to piggyback on what Councilman Miranda said, I wish that the city didn't have to be in the cemetery business at all. Since I've been on council, there was one that was transferred over to the city, not by our choice, but because the state requires a trust fund to maintain the cemeteries, but it's not enough to even fund 1 year. And so then the city is in a situation, because there's no other government agency that's the safety net for cemeteries. If the private sector abandons a cemetery and there's not enough trust fund, if we don't take it over, it will end up like these lost cemeteries eventually. And so I think we have an obligation, not because we think the city should be in the cemetery business, but because the state doesn't regulate it in the way they should. They should put something like 10 years of maintenance in it, and maybe in some kind of fund that would be renewable. So I wish that we didn't have to take it over, but the city right now is in the best position to do it, and we should. To Councilmember Maniscalco's point, if he makes a motion to suggest putting a budget in the or an amount in the budget to potentially buy that one property, I would second it and support it. The point that I was making in this motion is, if think about when these cemeteries were built on, many of them were 80 or 100 years ago, and so now there have been several owners since then. The new owners, if nobody's disclosed it, they don't have any idea that that's there. So the new owners buy it, nonprofit, for-profit, religious organizations, not knowing that there's cemeteries on there. So because of what you said with the law, they're not required to allow us to come on. And so the whole idea here is if we can't just go on there and look for for graves, and they're not required to do it, and they might not be able to afford it, we can provide an incentive. I would suggest maybe like a $500,000 fund to fund ground penetrating radar for places that we suspect. And again, they'll have to agree to allow us to do it, but at least, I don't know the cost, but if it's $50,000 to search that, if a small nonprofit religious organization doesn't have the money to do it, we can say, we'll pay for it, and we'll do the ground penetrating radar. And then the issue is, what happens if we find something? Then do we do like SPP and try to relocate them, or do we say we'll buy that space? If it's 10% of a piece of property, does the city come in and buy it? And maybe we can do it one by one. But I would at least suggest that we set up some kind of fund for the ground penetrating radar, so that we can offer that as an incentive to convince people to do it. And then to Councilmember Maniscalco's other point on protection, almost weekly, twice a week, I get pictures and texts and emails about people sleeping in graves where the rocks have been taken off, or the headstones are being crushed. And this is the history of our city, and it's disrespectful to people. Somehow we have to better protect the cemeteries that are there. Thank you.
Okay,
If I can, I can address that one.
Sure.
We do have rules in place to protect the cemeteries, and we do have the folks from our departments who go out and check, and if there's problems, they've contacted law enforcement before to have that addressed. What you run into sometimes is there are fine lines. There's city cemeteries that are right next to private cemeteries, and so a member of the public might walk by and see what you're talking about and not realize that it's actually a private cemetery where this activity is occurring, where somebody's sleeping on headstones or something like that. So we do enforce our cemetery ordinance, and we do send people out to protect it. I think it's happened actually very recently where we were aware of it, and I know that the Parks and Recreation Department that's responsible is taking steps to make it even more clear that the cemeteries have to be protected.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Yeah, real quick. Councilmember Carlson mentioned about if I made a motion about looking to purchase a cemetery. Before I would make that motion, Mr. Shelby, stop me if I'm doing something wrong. But could I make a motion requesting that, the real estate department or the administration, whoever it is, reach out to the property owner of the parcel that's adjacent to Woodlawn? This is the one in question, without saying names. I mean, it's out there, and just see, the cost, see about, have that done. Not just say, let's budget the money and go ahead and buy it, when we don't know what the final cost is going to be and whatnot. But at least, somebody from the city contact and say, hey, this is a discussion that happened on council. These are the concerns. Where do we begin from there? Because I don't know if that person has not heard from the city or hasn't a buyer, or because I've heard it's listed, it's not listed, it's backlisted, they put the listing up again. So just to have that conversation and dialogue, but to show that person that the city is interested or is asking questions in some capacity.
Okay, so we have a second, but did you, city attorney, want to respond to you, sir, city council attorney,
Thank you.
to Mr. Maniscalco's question?
I believe that's within the purview of city council, if the administration is willing to do that. Do you have anything that you wish to add, Mr. Brody?
No, I think that's what we're here for, is to have that discussion on what the best next steps are.
Mr. Miranda.
Thank you, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm not trained for this, but to be a lawyer and speak, but I'm not against the thing. I want to know how this can get resolved without the city buying it. I'm not going to make an offer to somebody if he or she or whatever have an offer already. I don't want to get into a bidding war with somebody who's got it. I don't know what it is, but I just want to protect all areas of the city, including this council and this city and this administration and all the taxpayers in the city all at once. I don't want to be in the cemetery business, but I know that I do have a responsibility to do something. So my suggestion is, before we find out, A, is it for sale? For sale, what price? However, if that land has some individual buried there, it's not our responsibility, it's the owner's responsibility. So let the owner get out of it the way he is, because somewhere along the line, and I remember when I was a little kid here in Tampa, that cemetery, for those individuals that worked for that, was there, that's where they were going to be buried at. That's what I remember. Maybe I'm wrong, because teenagers go wacko once in a while when you have all those hormones going around. But these are the things that I remember, and I want to make sure that I'm not in error of what I remember.
Okay,
And there's some bright lines that you can draw. If we know that there's a cemetery there right now, like we do for some of the cemeteries, then that's where the statute comes into play. That's where the statute I referenced earlier comes into play, that it gives next of kin the right to go onto the property and to maintain it. But that's where we have known. The separate issue is where you have the unknown, the lost cemeteries, and that's where you need to fill that gap to be able to have that access to the cemetery.
This is.
Councilwoman Hurtak is recognized next.
I don't think a motion is wrong. My only concern is we don't have any, time is of the essence, so we don't really have any time in the next couple of months. So if there's a way that you could work with staff, like behind the scenes in the next week, to try to figure it out, and then I'm just concerned that if we do that, we don't have really room till like August, and I don't want it to go away. You know what I mean?
No, so my thought is that the conversation begins, that somebody from real estate or with the city reaches out to the property owner and says, hey, city council had this discussion, a council member, me, was willing to, look at the budget and make a motion for it. But I don't know, they could say, we don't want to sell it to the city. They could just say no, but know that the discussion has been had. But in the meantime, we have June 5th, we have a regular meeting, and I think in between, I could see if anything has happened communication-wise, and then June 5th, perhaps make a formal motion saying, as we go into budget season, hey, they're interested, the city wants to do GPR. I don't know. It's a private property, and they can just say no and turn us away. But at least we talk about it, and not just let it go down another road that who knows what.
Right. If I say, just for the purposes of, if we're discussing lost cemeteries that we need to verify that there's something there, yeah, that's a different issue. We need an easement to go on, and we'd have to negotiate an easement and to go on and do a GPR study. So that's not as expensive as actually going out and purchasing the property immediately. That's like kind of a more narrow first step, maybe, to know what you're dealing with.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And hold on a second. Councilman Carlson wants to speak.
Yeah, I think, and I want to come back and talk about the ground penetrating radar, but just to the motion that Councilmember Maniscalco made, just for the public to know, by charter, City Council cannot force or compel staff or the administration to do anything. So the way I look at his motion is he's simply requesting on behalf of council that the staff have some kind of conversation, and then we'll see where it goes from there. But it just shows that if we vote for it, it shows that the city council is interested in doing something because the community has asked us to look into it.
Mm-hmm. And Councilman Hurtak.
Thank you. And that's what I'm saying. I just don't want it to be pushed far away. So I'm happy to vote and say, yes, I support you doing that. I think if that's what the vote is today, and then a follow-up on June 5th would be awesome.
Okay.
From you, like during old business.
And I'm fine with all this, but how do we come up to the point, are we going to buy it? If the price is, I don't know. I've never bought a piece of property like that in a cemetery. So are we going to buy it without passing the underground radar to make sure that it is a cemetery? What about if we buy it and it's not a cemetery?
Right.
What do we do then?
I would think you'd want to verify what you're purchasing, yes.
I'm going to vote for the thing, but I got to find out so I can explain to the taxpayers what I'm doing. All I hear is hearsay. I saw it on television, I saw it on this, but, you know, and I agree with all that. However, is there bodies in that property itself?
And the thing is, if you do determine that there are bodies there, that brings in the other statutory issues that allows
I
third
think we
parties
should
more
find out
rights.
first of it. I'd rather spend a few $1,000s than spend what I gotta do to buy the property, make sure that what we're doing is the correct thing. But we can't go on that property unless we got property rights to go in and do it.
Correct.
So that seller, if that seller doesn't let anyone else do that, then he or she has a problem. Because then we know that there's something wrong. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have some public comments regarding this topic before we vote. Ms. Bullock, did you want to speak on this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Pointer, Michelini, and Ms. Burton.
Stephanie Pointer, I'd just like to remind everybody that if there are actually bodies underneath it, that land is not worth nearly as much. So if there is, the city of Tampa should not be paying anywhere near the list price on the property. And we have to keep that in mind when people get overzealous about we must do something because it drives up the price. And I would imagine that that's what happened last time. I'm not saying not buy it. I'm just saying that if there's actually bodies there, it makes the property less valuable, not more valuable, less valuable. And whoever does purchase it, if it's not the city of Tampa, they're gonna have to pay to have them moved or figure out what they're gonna do with it. So, you know, when we enter into negotiations, I have no idea how much this property is valued at, and don't honestly, it doesn't make any difference to me, but we have to be conscientious about if we seem too aggressive about the price, they're gonna be sticking with it. And the bottom line is that it's worth less if there are dead people there. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Michelini, followed by Ms. Burton.
Steve McLean, I'll give you a little historic perspective. But when I was with the city, I was responsible for relocating 144 graves from underneath Fort Brooke Garage. And all of them were either reburied at the Oak Lawn Cemetery, the ones that were able to be identified as settlers, and the Indian graves were the ones that were taken and then relocated out to what is now Seminole Indian Bingo Casino and Hotel. And that's how the Seminole Indian Bingo and Casino got built. It was a trade-off between the burial rights that the Indians had underneath the garage, that federal funds were being used for the garage and the hotel complex, and then the exchange was drawn up, releasing their rights in exchange for property the city owned at Orient Road. It was a long process. It took about 4 months to excavate all of those bodies, to identify them. The State Historic Preservation Officer was involved. He came down from Tallahassee. The Seminole Indian Tribe and the Chief James Billy came to the site along with the elders of that group. And also, those of you who remember Monsignor Higgins, he came down for the settlers, and all of those graves were reconsecrated before being transported to Oak Lawn or to the Seminole Indian Tribe location. It was a long process. But there's a plaque down there underneath the garage that talks about that a little bit. But that's a small reminder of what lost graves look like. There were no grave markers. They were simply, it was a building, and then it was whatever. It was a parking lot and a variety of other things. But over time, it was completely lost. There are more graves out here that transcend and go out into Florida Avenue. They go out across the street, and the limits of that cemetery are not really known. But we did relocate 144 of them that were directly beneath Fort Brooke Garage.
Thank you. Ms. Burton.
Good morning, Connie Burton. Legacy is important, And I lived in Robles Park for about 25 years, and prior to getting there, all of the older residents would always talk about cemeteries was there. Cemeteries was there. And despite what people were saying that didn't have the legal proof, they was correct. Because guess what we found out later? Cemeteries are there. Bodies were there. And so I think it's important to just do the work. If the property at Woodlawn is the proprietor want to sell it for $1 million, I think the eyes of the city should be there, whether you the buyer or not, to make sure that we don't repeat history. Because the federal government came in, found bodies in Robles Park, and built over the bodies. So people do what they want to do anyway. I think we have a responsibility, since now we are more enlightened and more informed, that we say we want to do the right thing, then do the right thing. It's this one scripture my grandmother used to tell me. She say, the living know they gonna die, the dead know nothing. I think we have a responsibility as the living to say the type of legacy that we want to leave behind, to say that people died, as we continue to discuss Resolution 568, and black bodies is everywhere in this city. I can't even imagine Madam CJ Fortune owning all of this property, and then you didn't find no black bodies up downtown anywhere. I just simply never believed that. But nonetheless, doing the right thing, forcing the city to pay close attention to make sure that if it is bodies on Woodlawn or anywhere else, that big developers don't run in front of the line if there's some funding, but that everybody, especially those women that have been, following the Cemetery Society group that has been, advocates of making sure that there's dignity in death. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Councilmember Maniscalco, can you repeat your motion that was seconded by Councilmember Carlson for the record?
So and I don't have it written, the motion would be that, that the administration, specifically the real estate department, reach out to the property owner of the property that is right adjacent to what is known as Potter's Field at Woodlawn Cemetery, Woodlawn being City of Tampa property, and starting a dialogue to see how we begin, whether they allow for GPR, then we can find out what the cost of that is, and this is ground penetrating radar. If we can partner and get onto that property just to put to rest any rumors or concerns, and if we do get that kind of permission and that conversation starts, and we do find that there are people buried there, the next step from me would be to make a motion for this upcoming budget, that we enter negotiations or set a price, a budget that we can start negotiating and possibly buying that property if need be.
Okay, so we're just
I'll
voting
second
on
it.
the motion.
I'll
It's
second.
already been seconded.
Okay, because he mentioned ground penetrating radar, and that wasn't mentioned before.
Right.
I just want to be
Yeah,
clear
I
after
understand
listening
that.
to the concern.
We got to realize that it's worth less, because the penetration radar says it's positive.
So your motion is just for staff to do the work,
Yeah.
to get the information, to
Yeah.
start the communication.
Talk to the property owner and see if they're willing to say, okay, well, if you pay for it, do the scan.
Right, that's
And
the
then we-
motion that we're
and then
voting
we go
on, not
from
ground
there. Yeah.
penetration, just so we're clear. It was seconded by Councilman,
Carlson.
yeah, that one, Mayor Carlson, over
You
here.
you hooked to the ball head.
I know, I gotta
being
get
there.
used to, we've moved. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. You're recognized, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I just like, in regard to the ground penetrating radar, I'd just like to make a motion to ask the administration, again, it's just a request, ask the administration to create a budget for ground penetrating radar so the city can offer property owners a free service to determine if graves exist.
Second.
And that's generic, not connected to any particular property.
That's the
Okay,
city.
FY fiscal year. Any discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank
Okay, motion carries. Okay, we have number 6, land development staff reporting on the parking leases.
Good afternoon, council. Yeah, Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. This is a continued public hearing. We originally presented this back in September of 2024. And at that hearing, there was discussion about rolling any updates into the code reform that is being done, the code update. And we have nothing new to present. I know there was some discussion with council members about ideas y'all had on what you wanted to see and how to address that issue for off-site parking. But we have nothing formal to present today.
Okay. Are there any questions for him?
No.
Okay, so you want to receive and file the PowerPoint? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman Carlson, you want to add anything to
Yeah,
that?
the purpose of this is just to change the rules so that we can take out, so that we can require that they can't have early termination. The complaint from property owners and neighborhoods is that people they'll get a parking lease, and then a month or so after they're allowed to have their alcohol license or whatever, then they'll cancel it, and then the property owner will release it to somebody else. So it's to remove that. Is there anything, what would we need to do to remove, to?
Well, the motion would be for us to come back with a text amendment
Okay.
to change it, but that was never part of the cycle that we're in
Okay, so
now.
tell me what motion I should make then, and,
If that's the goal of city council, there were two issues that always came up, was the length of the lease, whether it be 5, 10, 15, whatever long that lease is, and the early termination.
okay, so I make a motion to ask staff to bring back a text amendment to address the length of lease and early termination on parking leases.
Right, and that would have to be part of a July cycle, the July 2025 cycle.
As part of the July 2025
Yeah.
cycle.
I'll second that.
I have a question.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I thought that Ms. Feely said we weren't doing any more text amendments until
That's-
after the LDC was done.
There are some, in July 2025, one of the cycles that's coming through it is relation to the bonus criteria that's being adopted in the comp
Okay.
plan. So we could be part of that, unless you want
Excellent.
this to be incorporated into the major code update, that would be up to
Okay,
council's
great.
prerogative.
Good to know. Thank you.
Miranda, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I had to step out for a few seconds here because I had something important that I had to do, but this is when you buy a property, you need a parking area for your business to contain, and 5-year lease, no maximum, up to 5 years you have to hold it. No matter if you have it 1 year, you still gotta pay or whatever it is. I recall back years ago, when a certain area of town was using that, and I believe I voted against all of them because they could say yeah and then break the lease, and they got what they wanted.
Yeah, South Howard was in front.
I didn't mention it, you did.
Okay. Any other statements on this? Did you have anything, Ms. Scocco? Okay. Any public comment? Yes, we have Ms. Pointer, Ms. Bullock, and Mr. Michelini. I think Ms. Bullock has left. And he said no. Okay. Ms. Pointer?
You're what? You're singing too much. Singing too much.
Stephanie Pointer, I just want to point out, this is a pet peeve of my buddy, Andy Joe Scaglione. And honestly, when he brought it to my attention, I'm pretty sure that he's one of the reasons why this has come forward, was because these folks would enter into a contract and it would have a 30-day out clause. And, parking is a premium here. I should have brought my phone because I have all these pictures of these people parked outside of all these apartment complexes down near us now. But we definitely need to do something about it. I'm kind of surprised that there wasn't already a motion for this, because it seems like we've been talking about it way longer than we've talked about garages, but hey, what do I know? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will move on to our final item on the agenda.
We didn't vote.
Oh, what did we have a motion for? This is your request, I
And I was the
apologize.
second.
And
Yeah,
you
the
were
one
the
that-
second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And thank you, Mr. Cotton. for
Okay,
proceeding.
thank you. Item number 7, Mr. Cotman, the text amendments, right?
Yes, ma'am. So we're finally before you for the July 2024. So, should have wrapped this into the July 2025 text amendment cycle, but, So, this is the workshop, the last formalized workshop, and at the end of this, we will ask you to transmit this to the planning commission for their review, and then it'll come back to you in about sometime, I believe, in July for actual first reading and then second reading and stuff. So, there's, again, we do this twice a year normally, the text amendment cycle. January and July are the cycles. We're in the current cycle again. We didn't do one for January this year, but we did do one for, we were carrying forward the July 2024 cycle.
Could we
So-
do a point of order for the public?
What's the point of order?
Just to tell the public, there's been a lot of emails about the planning commission proposal. This is not that. That
Correct.
meeting is tonight. So if you're watching, this is not the one that is going to be discussed tonight.
Thank you. Good
Yeah.
point.
So the first round are amendments that were initiated by city council to sections 2761, 150, and build to line which is a definition we're adding to, and then 27211, which is for Seminole Heights. And then there's the ones that were added on by Councilman Clendenin for the parking garage depth and parking for parking. So I'm going to go through each of these a little bit more in detail. So the first one was 2761, which is the review hearing. To summarize this request, it is to basically remove the hearing officer from the process for formal decisions. When that is appealed, the zoning administrator determination is appealed. The step right now, it goes to a hearing officer. The hearing officer then writes an order that comes before city council, and council then either upholds the hearing officer or doesn't uphold the hearing officer. This would have all those hearings go, any appeals from a zoning administrator determination go directly to city council. The one addition to this is the fact in doing that is for that process, a final order would have to be issued by city council, because again, the next step would be somebody would have the ability to go to circuit court. So there'd be a more formalized process at the end versus just a motion to overturn or uphold. And y'all do have the packets from the actual language, correct? Okay,
Yes.
just wanted to make sure. 27150, which was a motion to remove the zoning administrator's ability to waive the 12-month waiting period. So if right now, if somebody's doing a rezoning, most likely a planned development, and they are denied, and that person can then show that they were denied for 3 reasons by city council, and that person now comes and redesigns their site and addresses those 3 reasons for denial, as the ZAI can waive that 12-month process, that's removing that ability for me to do so.
Okay.
Now, this goes into the parking lot issues or the parking stuff. So, this is a footnote in table 4-2, which is the dimensional and criteria for the code. This is removing the ability, right now, if you're doing a side-load garage, so you're on a corner, the side-load garage is allowed to be at 10 feet. This would require that to be at the 18 feet, like a garage in the front. That would eliminate the ability to have anybody hang over into their public right of way. Through the design exception process, if somebody's coming in off of an alley, they could still ask for that reduction. That would be then done by, when that gets processed by us, mobility weighs in on that, so they can have a say on what's going on with that kind of request. For under the administrative waiver of parking, there was a comment regarding tandem parking for single-family and two-family uses, or single-family and attached. There was discussion at City Council, we're removing that from this section. The discussion was, tandem parking was okay for residential development, but not inside of the garage. I guess there had been some council hearings where you've had a garage that was extra deep and you had 2 people parking, back to back inside the garage itself. So that would remove that request. That's just coming out of this section of the code. And this is the section that's regarding the garage depth. And I'm keeping up with my notebook over here for the actual code sections. So this is now creating the minimum size for garages. This is not currently codified, and this really only affects somebody if they're not providing the 18-foot long driveway. For most people, the minimum, in most zoning in the city requires a minimum of a 20 to a 25-foot setback from the front yard anyway. So if you're having a front-load garage, you should have the ability to have 1 car in a garage, or 2 cars in a garage, that garage doesn't matter how wide it is, or you not have it to have a garage at all, because your 2 required parking spaces would then be in the driveway itself. Again, tandem parking only for residential development for parking pads or for the driveways. And when we wrote the language, we said there was no waiver either through a administrative process, through a variance before the VRB or the BLC or the ARC, or through a PD process from City Council. This is actually a change in the code right now. The drawings were not really done properly back historically. So I'll show you what the new graphic was updated to show that that distance from here to there, that was not, it used to show it the driveway apron going out there, and the dimensions were not correct. So we've fixed that to say this is now 18 feet, minimum of 18 feet and such, instead of the 15 feet or 3 feet, whatever the code had previously said. So this is being asked an update to the graphic itself. So the next portion was for the build-to line. We created a definition. It was not previously defined in the code. So now it's basically the distance from the property line to the front wall of the structure. And, sorry about that. That would have been embarrassing. The next one is we just changed the language on how the BTL is measured. This is the language that was part of the discussion we had at City Council a couple of months ago, which is when you have a vacant lot, the default at 20 feet. If you're adjacent to a vacant lot, that lot would be 20 feet. Your lot would be whatever it would be based on the lot on the side. That's codifying with how we currently do the measurements. And then we also updated the drawings, if council recalls. We upgraded all the graphics to show, this as the property line. Before this, the lines went forward all the way out to the street. This is now definitely ending at the property line to avoid that confusion. So the next is a set that was initiated by staff, either myself or other people in the office or the legal department. So I'm just going to go through those. So the first one was for the design exceptions. Right now in the code, we have design exceptions 1, design exceptions 2. We have separate criteria for where you're located in the city, what planning district you're in. If you're in central Tampa versus South Tampa planning districts, what you can ask for is different. This would require them all to be the same. So you have a set, both on staff side and on the public side, this is what you can request, this is what you can get. If you need more than that, you would have to seek a variance from the VRB or the ARC, wherever you happen to be in. This is also requiring notice for all design exceptions. There was discussion of not including certain ones. For sake of staff, I think it would be easier to have everybody, all design exceptions, regardless of what they are, get notice so staff doesn't inadvertently say, oh no, you don't need to do a notice for this, or you do need to do a notice for that, and people going through a process they don't need to be in. So this is just require notice. And after some feedback from council, the decision was make it from 15 days, which it currently is, to 30-day notice. And I know this is small, I apologize. I can blow that up some. Right now in the code for variances and for some of the administrative processes like the design exceptions, there's no code requirement for what minimally has to be on a site plan. For those of you who are on the variance review board, you get some odd site plans are submitted. This is basically going to require you to have standardized site plans across for the staff. We took some of this stuff from the PD site plan that you're most familiar with seeing and incorporated, scaled it down a little bit because most of these are not at the same scale or level of a plan development, but require the same kind of things on there. A site data table, north arrow, names of the streets, location of trees, all this stuff should be on a plan. Let's shrink that back down. This is initiated currently when the ARC administrator makes the decision, that would be appealed to City Council. This would change that to appeal. This is similar to what the BLC When the BLC administrator makes a determination, it's appealed to the BLC. This would make the ARC the same way as appealed to the ARC. 27-132, I will blow this up again, so it's easier to see. Probably about a year and a half ago, council amended the requirements for ADUs and allowed them to be in non-conforming structures, or structures made conforming as a result of a variance. This is taking some of that same language and putting it into an extended family residence, which is for a mother-in-law or father-in-law or grandparents when they need to move somewhere. This is just mimicking that same language. Council, you have seen probably quite a few in your time on council of appeals for special use ones that staff has denied when the person had a 2.8-foot setback instead of the 3-foot setback. So that would eliminate those coming before you. Now, this is a footnote in Table 4-2 that the code was amended that probably in 2018, that would allow builders or somebody developing on their property to adjust their setbacks without going through any other process if they were saving a grand or a specimen tree. What has happened on our experience, a lot of times people come in, the tree is in the backyard, it's outside the 20-foot setback for the protective radius with that tree anyway, but people then say, well, I'm saving this tree, I want to move my house, I want to pick up that extra square footage in the front. So there was no offset for the square footage, so in a sense, you could reduce your front yard setback and pick up another, 5 feet for another 500 square feet or whatever. This is coming out of the code, and if somebody wants to adjust their setbacks, they'd have to either get a design exception or seek a variance. So in the code right now, this is for a permit removal of, for grand trees. This was written by one of our tree guys, or tree experts, so I'm not one, so give me a moment to remember this. This is just discussing if you have a tree limit more than 4 inches in diameter, as measured from 12 inches from the base of so you have your base of your tree, you come out as the tree narrows down, those branches that come out, those would have to be shown on the site plan. And normally when you get an arborist report, which is required, it's shown there. So we'd be relying upon the arborist report versus having staff go out and doing the measurements to ensure that it's being correctly. So the ISA certified arborist would be the one writing up the report and showing where this is and how it's being affected. This was single family attached, which are your typical townhome development. Previously, we did not have the requirement to buffer itself from Group UC. They would not have to require the 15-foot buffer. This is removing that section from the code. We think it was a privately initiated text amendment, I believe in 2022, that added that in there. I don't know if it was when it was codified, it got messed up, or when Unicode put it into the format, but this is removing that requirement. Abby and I did research. We went back to the original chapter 43. It was never in there requiring it, so we took it back out. And then for air conditioning and pools and generators were not in the code right now. And as people are rebuilding and raising their homes up in flood-prone areas, TECO is requiring that the meter be put up higher to be out of the flood issue also. But TECO also requires a platform to be installed. Code, needless to say, is silent on that. So this is just including that into the code now, having specific setbacks for generators or air conditioning stands and TECO stands, what the setback would have to be. And that is the last of the amendments. The next page is where we are. So right now we're in May 2025. This is the draft language, unless council wants to make any changes or suggestions, we could of course do that. This would be transmitted. The ordinances would be transmitted to the planning commission. We have the planning commission briefing in July. August, we would have the planning commission meeting and come back to council for a daytime meeting to actually have the first reading of the ordinance. And September would be the second reading, and October 1st, everything should be into, going forward into the effective date.
Madam South, is your light on for a reason?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Councilwoman Hurtak.
I want to say thank you so much for detailing each of these. I'm fine with moving them forward because go to the planning commission next, knowing that we have, knowing that we have a chance to look at them again. I know you want to get the process started to get it through the planning commission, but I want to thank you for all of your effort to get these to this point. These are a lot of things that we've been hearing a lot about, so we really do appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, well, we're coming up on, well, let's get our public comment. We have public comment from Ms. Pointer and Mr. McElhaney. Are you all passing? Oh. I'm just testing you.
Stephanie Pointer, that 12 months being waived, that's amazing. It saves everybody a whole bunch of grief. And you know, they have the opportunity, developers have the opportunity to, at their notification of filing, they have their good neighbor notice, they have opportunities to speak with the neighborhoods. And if they come here and they lose, and I look at my freaking paperwork back there, you guys approve 92% of what comes in front of you. 92%. That means 8% are really, really crappy plans. And if they're that bad, and they've talked to the neighborhood, and they still decided to come in here with crappy plans, whose fault's that? Nobody should have to wait that one out. Tandem parking is not realistic. It doesn't happen. I have enough problems with the issue in my neighborhood of having deficient driveways. Those folks, we've got garages that are too small, and those folks have to park, they don't even like to park behind one another. I've showed you guys my neighborhood. We have 27 visitors parking spaces in it any time of day, any day of the week. In the middle of the day, middle of the night, it doesn't matter. At least 12 of those parking spaces are taken up by people who own in the community. They're not visitors. The other thing is garage sizes. I don't care if they're enclosed or not. As a matter of fact, FEMA says we should stop filling under houses. So put the houses up on the pillars and let them have open air garages or open air facilities. There's quite a few of them in Port Tampa already. I don't understand why we have a code that says that you can't have open parking underneath your home. That doesn't make any sense. So I would like to say that, and I think that's about it. I'm sure I'm forgetting something, but thank you.
Mr. McElhaney.
Good morning, council. I sent an email to you regarding the garage sizes, and they should be set at 19 feet of width on the inside dimension. That's a standard parking size, and 18 feet in depth. You've added, and per the discussion that was held at council before, you've added an assumption that you can't store your solid waste, your garbage cans and all that outside. That should be a design issue that's required for the builder to solve and not incorporated, that ends up creating a hardship for the builder. So what we're asking for is that you set the inside dimension at 19 and the depth at 18 feet. Allow the driveway at 18 feet minimum length to count toward required parking. That also will reduce the size of the structures. Remove the obligation for enclosed parking. That's in the code. That's not addressed in this amendment, to my knowledge. And allow new carports to be partially enclosed. We talked about that, and it didn't make it into this change. You were talking about not enclosing the side walls so that you had the extra width to get in and out to maneuver. Allow tandem parking as long as the 18-footed dimensions are provided in the parking in the driveway. And solid waste storage is a separate issue and should become an obligation of the garage. The last issue, the not allowing you to file within a year. A lot of these projects, first of all, you can't amend your site plan within 30 days of appearing before city council. So if you get other comments, either from the neighborhood or from staff, you can't make those changes. So when you come before you and the staff has, and the planning commission or the city and the neighbors have additional comments, you don't have the benefit of being able to change that site plan. So the 1 year, if you come back and the council has made a motion that specifies what your concerns are, as you do in your motion, then you have the benefit of being able to make the changes to that site plan and resubmit within the year. It creates a hardship. If it's a larger project or even smaller projects, to have the benefit of your discussion and any public hearing discussion, to be able to meet those issues that are brought up before you. Sometimes you can't meet them, and that means that project is dead. But if you can meet them, and the staff is looking, they look at the motions before they certify a plan to waive that 1 year. So we'd encourage you not to delete that portion. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to be made by Councilwoman Hurtak.
I make a motion to transmit the July 2024 amendment cycle to the Planning Commission.
And I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, do we do new business, or we'll see you all tonight?
I just want to return my form that I signed, that Form 8.
Oh, yes, you have one too.
Waiving
Okay,
my right.
do we take motions for those?
Yes.
Okay,
I'll second the motion for.
Yeah,
okay.
he did second the motion.
Thank,
Oh, he did.
and then you second for Carlson.
Yeah.
All those in favor of yours?
Aye.
And all those in favor of yours?
Aye.
Both motions carry. Meeting adjourned. See y'all at 5 o'clock.
I'll say it tonight.
What? Oh, Lisa's birthday. Okay. Sorry. We finished it.
Next time you